Hey guys, welcome to the channel. We should be starting momentarily here. Just bear with me here for a few minutes, folks. These guys are taking forever for some reason. Normally, they would have turned the feed on by now.
Orders of the day. Tabling of documents.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Privacy Act, a report from the Privacy Commissioner entitled Special Report to Parliament, Investigation of the RCMP's collection of open source information under Project Wide Awake.
Order 1083H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. It is also my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Privacy Act, a report from the Privacy Commissioner entitled Special Report to Parliament, Investigation of Unauthorized Disclosures and Modifications of Personal Information held by Canada Revenue Agency and Employment and Social Development Canada, resulting from cyber attacks.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Tabling of documents. La Présidente du Conseil très...
The President of the Treasury Board.
I have the honor to submit a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, signed by her own hand.
I invite all members to please rise. Her Excellency, the Governor-General, transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimate C of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2024, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1967, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence,
Her Excellency, the Governor-General, transmits to the House of Commons Supplementary Estimates C, demonstrating the necessary sums for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024, and pursuant to Standing Order 54 of the Constitution Act, recommends this budget to the House of Commons.
Madame la Présidente.
The President of the Treasury Board.
I have the honor to table in both official languages the supplementary estimates C for the years 2023-24.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the historic first-ever annual report from Canada's Chief Accessibility Officer. This report highlights the progress that our government has made towards building a barrier-free Canada by passing the Accessible Canada Act. It also highlights the important work that we need to continue to do to make Canada more accessible for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I want to take a moment just to thank Stephanie Trudeau, our Chief Accessibility Officer, for her insight and dedication as we continue to take a whole-of-government approach to building a barrier-free Canada for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Audio-Visual Co-Production Treaty between the Government of Canada and the Swiss Federal Council, done at Montreal on November 3rd, 2023.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House, A, condemn the continuation of Russia's unjustified full-scale aggression against Ukraine. B, call on Russia to end hostilities against Ukraine and withdraw all its troops from the territory of Ukraine. Call on the Government of Canada to continue to provide financial assistance to Ukraine to conduct the security guarantee agreement with Ukraine in order to increase its capabilities to defend itself from Russian unprovoked aggression. D, support Ukraine's future membership in NATO. E, call on the Government of Canada to strengthen sanctions against Russia, confiscate the assets of Russian oligarchs and Russian sovereign assets for Ukraine's rebuilding. F, call on the Government of Canada to exert all possible efforts and provide necessary diplomatic and financial support to ensure the return of Ukrainian children forcibly deported to Russia. And G, call on the Government of Canada to support efforts to bring those responsible for violations of international law to justice.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of this motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member from Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by people in Eastern Ontario, including Kingston. They're calling on the House of Commons to immediately repeal the new regulatory constraints on natural health products passed last year, so that many of the Canadians who rely upon them to stay healthy can do so, and ask that the Liberals stop just sucking up to the pharmaceutical companies.
I think it's very important to remind members that when we're presenting petitions, it's to provide a summary of what was on the petition. I'm quite convinced the wording that was used was not on the petition, so I'll ask all members to please exercise discretion in that regard. The Honourable Member from Provencher.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions here. The first one says that the petitioners would ask that the government follow recommendation number 2 from the 2021 Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics report on MindGeek, which requires that all content hosting platforms in Canada verify age and consent prior to uploading content. Bill C-270, the Stopping Internet Exploitation Act, adds 2 offences to the criminal code. The first requires age verification and consent prior to distribution. The second requires removal of material if consent is withdrawn. As such, these petitioners call on the House of Commons to pass Bill C-270, the Stopping Internet Exploitation Act. And the second is asking that the Trudeau government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians. The targeting of farmers and hunters does not fight crime. The Trudeau government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting.
Hold on. Point of order, the Honourable Member from Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member is an experienced member, and he knows not to use the first or last names of members of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, yes, although the Honourable Member was reading from the petition, we do have the tradition in this House, and actually it's a firm rule in this House, that we do not employ the last names of, we only refer to members by their riding names or the executive position that they hold. So I'll ask the Honourable Member to just rephrase his presentation of the petition.
Okay. Well, okay, this is what the petitioners are saying, that whereas the member from Patenau's government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians, the targeting of farmers and hunters that does not fight crime, and that the Liberal government has failed those who participate in the Canadian tradition of sports shooting. And therefore, they're calling on this government to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. And this is a petition signed by the members of residents of Buckley Valley, whose Member of Parliament would not present the petition.
Now we're raising another issue. I'm going to have to ask the honourable member just to withdraw that point. We did make the chair had made it very clear that you cannot make a reference to other particular members of Parliament. It's a good tradition to have because, frankly, any member could be a victim of that kind of a statement and is not in a position to defend themselves. So I'm going to ask the honourable member to please withdraw that last sentence.
I'll withdraw the last sentence and leave it at this petition comes from residents of Skeena, Buckley Valley.
I thank the honourable member. The honourable member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, am here today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Skeena, Buckley Valley, dozens of whom have signed this petition, and they draw the attention of the House to the fact that the Liberal government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians. The targeting of farmers and hunters does not fight crime, and this very same Liberal government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting, so they're calling upon the government to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to present two petitions, Mr. Speaker. The first is on behalf of the good residents of Skeena, Buckley Valley, the riding adjacent my beautiful riding of Caribou Prince George. And the petition is, Mr. Speaker, we the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada draw the attention to the House of Commons to the following. Whereas this government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians, the targeting of law-abiding farmers and hunters does not fight crime, and this government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Canada to stop any and all current and future bans of hunting and sport shooting firearms, Mr. Speaker. I also rise on behalf to speak regarding the thousands of correctional workers, guards within our prison system that ask, Mr. Speaker, that today, on behalf of the correctional officers in Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, and surrounding areas who are concerned about the prison needle exchange program currently being operated by the Correctional Services Canada. Mr. Speaker, I have met with these officers and those who are on the front line. They truly are frontline heroes. They say that drugs and drug paraphernalia are considered contraband in prisons, yet this government is forcing our correctional officers to simply turn a blind eye and allow dangerous drugs to be used inside prisons. They also say that these drugs and the contraband, the needles, and can be used, and syringes can be used as dangerous weapons against their officers and their members. These correctional officers are calling on the government to immediately cancel the prison needle exchange program, stop permitting the use of illicit drugs in Canadian prisons, and to focus efforts on helping inmates recover from their addiction. Mr. Speaker, I will add this as well too. I received an impassioned letter from signed by members of a female prison in Alberta that called on us and said that when they are incarcerated, it's their time to get clean, and the prison needle exchange does nothing to facilitate recovery. Mr. Speaker, we ask that this government end their prison needle exchange program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions to present today. The first involves more than 70,000 citizens that would like the Gaza, well, given the Gaza situation and the bombardments, which contravenes international law. Journalists have been killed by Israeli forces. Thousands of children have also been killed in these bombardments. So these 70,000 people are asking the government to sanction the state of Israel for violation of international law and for selling arms to Israel and committing crimes against the Palestinian people. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, concerns the arrest in 2015 of a child, Ahmed Manaska, who was found guilty of 2016 of attempted murder under allegations of torture, even though he did not have the minimum age under the criminal code, and he's still in detention. He has been in isolation since 2019, which is cruel and inhumane treatment, according to Amnesty International. So these petitioners are asking the government to ask Israel to free Ahmed Amaska. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, involves citizens who are concerned by human rights violations and the perpetration of environmental damage based here in Canada. And they're asking the government of Canada for companies to warn citizens of negative environmental impacts throughout their foreign chains, and that companies show reasonable diligence, and that there be legal recourse to bring these countries to court if they do not respect the environment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the petitioners, I'm pleased to table a petition that includes individuals from my riding, especially from volunteer firefighters from Wawa. The petitioners indicate that 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders are volunteer firefighters, and that approximately there is an additional 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers that respond to thousands of incidents each year. They also indicate that the tax code only allows these volunteer first responders to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer service is completed in the calendar year. Mr. Speaker, that comes up to only about $450 a year, or $2.25 an hour. But if they volunteer more than the 200 hours, the tax credit becomes even less than that. So they add that these essential volunteers do not only put their lives on the line, but also play an important role in keeping the property taxes low and ensure that communities are safe. The petitioners are calling on this government to support Bill C-310, which would amend the Income Tax Act by increasing the volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer service credit from $3,000 to $10,000. I'm pleased to table this petition, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mission Mascree, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of British Columbians who are concerned about human trafficking in Canada. The U.S. State Department's 20th Trafficking in Persons, or TIP report, indicates, then I quote, that Canada meets the minimum standards for the elimination of human trafficking. It also highlights that the range, quality, and timely delivery of trafficking-specific services varies across Canada, including persistent funding shortages in certain jurisdictions. These petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to strengthen the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act to address these shortcomings and put an end to human trafficking in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
I'm now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 6, 2024 by the House Leader of the Official Opposition concerning allegedly misleading statements made by the Prime Minister about invitations during the visit to Canada of the President of Ukraine. In his intervention, the House Leader of the Official Opposition argued that the Prime Minister offered misleading responses to questions in the House about the invitation offered to Mr. Yaroslav Hunka for President Zelensky's joint address to Parliament. The member referred to several exchanges where the Prime Minister reiterated that neither he nor his government had any knowledge of the invitation that was made to Mr. Yaroslav Hunka.
He pointed to recent media reports establishing that an invitation was sent under the Prime Minister's name to the same individual for a separate event to honor President Zelensky. This, according to the member, demonstrated the Prime Minister was, in fact, aware of this individual.
The House Leader of the official opposition claimed that this constituted a contempt of Parliament, in the sense that the Prime Minister's statements were misleading, that he knew that they were misleading, and that he delivered them with the intention to mislead the House. He asked the Chair to find a prima facie case of privilege so that a motion could be moved to deal with this matter. His comments were later echoed by the member for La Prairie.
The government House Leader, for his part, disagreed with the premise of the question of privilege, arguing it was based on speculative assumptions. He argued that the House Leader of the official opposition was conflating two separate events, leaving the impression that these events were planned together by the Prime Minister, his office, or both.
Ou les deux. Le leader du gouvernement à la Chambre.
The government House Leader stressed that only the former Speaker had knowledge of the invitation to Jaroslav Hunka to Parliament, and that there were no facts presented that would suggest otherwise. In his view, this was a matter of debate and not a question of privilege. He also reminded the House that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs was currently examining the matter of the invitation of the individual by the former Speaker, and he suggested that the House should allow the committee to complete its work.
In the past, members have raised questions of privilege, alleging that other members made misleading statements to the House. As was referenced in the various interventions pertaining to the present case, the Chair considers three essential conditions before making a positive determination that a member has deliberately misled the House. 1. It must have been proven that the statement was misleading. 2. It also must have been established that, when making a statement, the member knew it to be incorrect. 3. Finally, it must be demonstrated that the member intended to mislead the House. Je renvoie les députés au propos.
As one of my predecessors stated on February 26, 2015, at pages 11707 of the debates, and I quote, "The conditions are admittedly and deliberately not easily met. This is because, as Speaker, I must take all members at their word. This underscores the way we function every day in our proceedings. All members rely on this and draw advantage from it." Unquote.
Fin de la citation. I assess the facts that were brought to this House through the lens of our stringent three-part test, beginning with the first. The Chair is mindful of the recent media reports about another invitation sent to Jaroslav Hunka for a separate event, a government reception in Toronto. While that provides additional information to the general controversy from last September, it was not referenced in the exchanges in the House between different members and the Prime Minister last fall. On January 31, 2008, Speaker Milliken made the useful point about what the Chair can take into consideration for these sorts of disputes. He said at page 2435 of the debates, and I quote, "Any dispute regarding the accuracy or appropriateness of a minister's response to an oral question is a matter of debate. It is not a matter for the Speaker to judge. The same holds true with respect to the breadth of a minister's answer to a question in the House. This is not for the Speaker to determine." Unquote. Compte tenu des renseignements présentés de
Based on the evidence that has been presented and on my own review of the proceedings last fall, the Chair has not been able to establish that the statements made by the Prime Minister were, in fact, deliberately misleading. Accordingly, I do not find there to be a prima facie case of privilege. The Chair does note that the issue of the second invitation has surfaced in public debate, which offers members many opportunities to raise it in the House in the context of debate in any number of ways, including through additional questioning of the Prime Minister during question period.
of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which is examining the issues surrounding the invitation to and recognition of Jaroslav Hunka in Parliament on September 22, 2023. Both the House Leader and the official opposition and the government House Leader referred to this study in their interventions. It might also offer members an opportunity to raise these new issues that have recently come to light. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, prise en considération à la troisième lecture du projet.
Third reading consideration of Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-62 at the third reading stage.
Madame Anand.
Ms. Anand for Mr. Holland. Seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak to Bill C-62.
Acknowledging me and giving me this opportunity to speak about this extremely important issue of medical assistance in dying or MAID and mental illness. I think that all members can agree that this is a highly complex issue, quite sensitive and emotional issue that raises divergent and deeply held views, both from the medical community and experts and from the public at large. The questions of whether, how, and when to expand eligibility for MAID to persons whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness are difficult questions that do not have easy answers. The federal government believes that eligibility for MAID should be expanded to such persons. However, such an expansion should not be rushed and should not occur before the healthcare system is ready to safely provide MAID in all cases where a mental illness grounds a request for MAID. This is why we have introduced Bill C-62, which proposes to extend the temporary mental illness exclusion by 3 years until March 17, 2027. The bill also includes a provision requiring a parliamentary review prior to that date. As members will recall, in 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada in Carter case concluded that the Criminal Code's absolute prohibition on physician-assisted death was unconstitutional. The Supreme Court held that physician-assisted dying must be permitted in some circumstances, namely for competent adults who clearly consent to the termination of life and who have a grievous and irremediable medical condition. This decision led to the legalization of MAID in Canada 1 year later in 2016 through Parliament's enactment of former Bill C-14. Our original MAID law limited eligibility for MAID to competent adults with an eligible medical condition whose natural death was reasonably foreseeable. Our MAID framework was added to the Criminal Code and was made up of a stringent set of eligibility criteria as well as procedural safeguards to prevent error and abuse in the provision of MAID. A few years later, the reasonable foreseeability of natural death eligibility criterion was challenged in Quebec, and in 2019 it was declared to be unconstitutional by the Superior Court of Quebec in the Trudeau decision. As this was a trial-level decision, it was only applicable in Quebec. Nevertheless, the Attorney General of Canada did not appeal the decision, and instead, the federal government made the policy decision to expand eligibility for MAID. This led to Parliament's enactment of former Bill C-7 in 2021, which expanded eligibility for MAID to persons whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. This resulted in the removal of the eligibility criterion that a person's death be a reasonably foreseeable and the creation of two sets of procedural safeguards for the lawful provision of MAID. The first track of safeguards applies to persons whose natural death is reasonably foreseeable, and the second, more robust
track applies to persons whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. This second set of safeguards was created in recognition of the fact that requests for made by persons who are not at end of life are more complex. This is why a minimum of 90 days must be taken to assess a person whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable for eligibility for MAID. This is not a reflection period. It is a minimum assessment period. This safeguard aims to respond to the additional challenges and concerns that may arise in the context of MAID assessments for persons whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. This includes whether the person's suffering is caused by factors other than their medical condition, as well as whether there are ways of addressing the suffering other than through MAID. This second set of safeguards also requires that two practitioners be satisfied that the person meets all the eligibility criteria, and if neither of them has expertise in the medical condition that is causing the person's suffering, one of them must consult with a practitioner who does. Involving a practitioner with the relevant expertise aims to ensure that all treatment options are identified and explored. Practitioners are also required to inform the person of available counseling services, mental health and disability support services, community services, and palliative care, to offer them consultations with the relevant professionals, and to ensure that the person has given serious consideration to such alternative means to alleviate their suffering. Although this does not require a person to undertake treatments that may be unacceptable to them, it requires that they fully explore and weigh the risks and benefits of available treatment options. Speaker, former Bill C-7, as originally introduced, permanently excluded eligibility for MAID on the basis of a mental illness alone. This was not because of the incorrect and harmful assumption that individuals who have a mental illness lack decision-making capacity, or because of a failure to appreciate the severity of the suffering that a mental illness can cause. Rather, this was done because of concerns about the inherent risks and complexities of permitting MAID for individuals who suffer solely from mental illness. During its consideration of the bill, the Senate made an amendment that added a sunset provision that would repeal the mental illness exclusion 18 months later. The House of Commons accepted the amendment in principle, but changed the date of repeal to 2 years. In other words, the provision of MAID based on a mental illness alone was set to become lawful on March 17, 2023. Speaker, the decision to temporarily maintain the exclusion of eligibility was based on the recognition that additional study would be required to address the risks and complexities of permitting MAID in these circumstances. This is why the former bill also included a requirement for an independent expert review respecting recommended protocols, guidance and safeguards to apply to such requests for MAID. Former Bill C-7 also required the creation of a joint parliamentary committee tasked with conducting a comprehensive review of the Criminal Code MAID provisions and other MAID-related issues, including MAID and mental illness. The committee undertook this important work. The committee's interim report, which focused on MAID and mental illness, was tabled in June 2022. It urged the federal government to collaborate with regulators, professional associations, institutional committees, and the provinces and territories to ensure that the recommendations of the expert panel were implemented in a timely manner. The committee's second report was tabled in February 2023. The majority view expressed was that eligibility for MAID on the basis of a mental illness alone should be permitted. However, the final report also raised a key concern that more time was needed for standards to be developed and training to be undertaken before the law should permit a mental illness to ground a request for MAID. The federal government, Speaker, recognized the significant progress that had been made by the provinces and territories, stakeholders, and the medical community in preparing for the expansion. However, it ultimately concluded that more time was needed. This is why we introduced Bill C-39, and Parliament enacted it, which extended the exclusion by 1 year until March 17, 2024. This extension aimed to provide additional time for the dissemination and uptake of key resources by the medical and nursing communities. We thought it essential to prepare for the safe assessment and provision of MAID in all cases where a mental illness grounds a request for MAID. The committee expressed support for this extension in its second report. I want to take a moment to recognize the work that the federal government has done during this extension to support the fulfillment of some of the expert panel's recommendations. For instance, we amended the regulations for the monitoring of MAID last year to ensure comprehensive data collection and reporting. Such changes allow for data collection related to race, Indigenous identity, and disability of persons requesting MAID. These changes came into force in January 2023, and the first set of data will be captured in Health Canada's 2024 annual report on MAID. Moreover, Speaker, Health Canada convened an independent MAID practice standards task group to develop a practice standard for MAID. In March 2023, the Model MAID Practice Standard and supporting documents which provide guidance to support complex MAID assessments were released. Finally, Health Canada supported the Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers in the development of a Canadian MAID curriculum. This curriculum was launched in September 2023. In Canada, certain aspects of MAID fall under federal jurisdiction and others fall under provincial and territorial jurisdiction. The federal government is responsible for the criminal law aspect, whereas the provinces and territories are responsible for the implementation of MAID within their healthcare delivery systems. Impressive progress has been made in preparing for the extension by the March 2024 deadline. However, the provinces and territories have all expressed that they are not yet ready. For this reason, we are proposing to extend the temporary mental illness exclusion for another 3 years until March 17, 2027. This extension, Speaker, would allow more time for the provinces and territories and their partners to prepare their healthcare systems by implementing regulatory guidance and developing additional resources for their medical and nurse practitioners. It would also provide more time for medical and nurse practitioners to become familiar with the available training and supports. Our ultimate goal, Speaker, is to help ensure that the necessary protections are in place to protect the interests of individuals who may seek MAID on the basis of a mental illness alone. We believe that this issue should not be rushed. Eligibility for MAID should not be expanded until the healthcare system is ready to safely provide MAID in these complex circumstances. I urge all members to support this bill so that our partners can get this right. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank our honourable colleague for his intervention. Madam Speaker, I've sat through much of this debate and on the committee as well too. Madam Speaker, the provinces and territories did not ask for a 3-year pause. They asked for an indeterminate pause because they're not ready. Industry is not ready. The healthcare professionals cannot come to any conclusions. As a matter of fact, Dr. Gain, professor of psychiatry at U of T, summed it up at best at the committee last night. He said there's no evidence that shows we can predict irremitability of a mental illness, and it is vastly different from other medical conditions and neurodegenerative disease. We have to remember what MAID is all about. MAID is about us predicting who will never get better, and we can't do that. And if we can't do that with mental illness, we would be providing death under false pretenses, and he equated it to much like flipping a coin to choose who could get better and who couldn't, and MAID would simply be killing people that could possibly get better. What would my honourable colleague say to that?
Secretary?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite. We were both at the committee last night that heard from quite a few experts on MAID, and I would say I think it was fairly clear that there was a difference of opinion as to the readiness of the system. There were some who believed that that MAID to people with mental illness could be provided as early as March 17 of 2024. But the member is right. There is a letter from 7 provinces and 3 territories who have asked for an extension to the period. The government feels that a 3-year period is the right amount of time for the medical profession and the provinces and territories to be ready to be able to provide MAID to people with mental illness with appropriate safeguards. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of what guidelines should be in place to allow someone to die is perhaps one of the most profound things we have to discuss. We had Parliament agree to move forward with MAID, and we expected that we were going to get a review. Instead, there was a provincial Quebec court decision, the Truchon case. The federal government didn't appeal it. They just rewrote the law. And then the Senate, absolutely unaccountable, a dismal group as far as I'm concerned, decided that we would just throw in an arbitrary date to allow people with mental illness to die, and this government accepted it. And now we're scrambling with a month left, this government saying, well, we're going to put some guardrails in place to punt it down the road. Why is this government not taking this issue seriously? We had the member for Abbotsford's bill that would have dealt with this. This government has put us in this situation, and it's not credible.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his comment. But I will take exception to it because there is tremendous amount of work that has been done to create the appropriate safeguards. We have the legislative safeguards in place in the criminal code that I alluded to in my remarks, but then there are safeguards that is being developed within the medical profession as well. We need to make sure that we listen to our healthcare providers, those who deliver healthcare, which is at the provincial and territorial level, and extend the eligibility criteria for 3 years so that it could be administered in a way with all the appropriate safeguards in place.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've just seen a new NDP Conservative coalition forming. The NDP is now with the Conservatives saying that the Truchon case has not gone to the Supreme Court, but it wasn't brought to the Supreme Court because people were suffering, and that Ms. Gadu, Monsieur Truchon, needed to be able to be helped. And the NDP voted against C-14, which didn't go far enough. So I don't know where the logic is in the members' statements. Now, for my colleague across the way, is he aware that his party, at the end of the day, doesn't dare say that it is lacking in courage because they're simply backing up and backing down with regards to mental health? They're just putting the ball in the Conservative camp because they say they will abolish all of MAID. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question.
Taking the most prudent approach in making sure that people get the care they need. This is a very sensitive issue that requires that we work closely with medical professionals to ensure that all the appropriate safeguards, training, and associated curriculum is in place. And if there is doubt, as we see that there is a request that we create an extension, it's only prudent for the government to do so, and that's why we're encouraging all members to support Bill C-62 and extend the eligibility of MAID on the sole basis of mental illness by 3 years. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As the provinces and territories are not ready to implement medical assistance in dying for people with mental disorders, I personally am not ready. I could not vote for something like that right now. But I'm taken by the case of a woman, EF, who was granted the right to have her life taken with medical assistance back in 2016 after reports that she suffered from severe conversion disorder. Nobody could read the media accounts of this and not understand that there are some people for whom life is clearly not worth living anymore. And I would ask my honorable colleague whether or not that provision, the Court of Appeal decision in Alberta, would still provide a way forward to the people who are in a terrible condition right now and who need relief.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. Look, we have our number one job is to protect people's rights, and given the various decisions of the courts, where they have said that it's a person's right to determine their end of life. We need to make sure that that right is protected. Of course, we need to ensure that they get all the care they need in order to be able to recover. But if their suffering is irremediable, as the courts have said, then they should have that option available because it's a matter of their rights. And that is why we're working so hard, along with our provincial and territorial partners, in ensuring that all the right safeguards, all the right training is in place before MAID is extended to people whose sole underlying condition is mental illness.
Questions and comments? The Honourable from Hundy Royal.
No, we're in this situation because of a radical justice minister and a radical government that pushed this agenda. I want to get the members' thoughts on this quote. This is from 32 law professors. We disagree as law professors that providing access to MAID for persons whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness is constitutionally required, as Minister Lametti has repeatedly stated. Now, I asked the minister when he appeared at Justice Committee, who's right, these 32 legal experts or you? And he said, of course, I'm right. I want to ask the member, does he believe that these 32 legal experts are right, or that former Minister of Justice was right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a very sensitive issue. It's highly emotional and complex. And I will urge all members that calling names or ascribing labels is not the responsible way forward. Canadians are looking at us to make responsible decisions, and that is why it is incumbent upon us that we work with everyone, whether it's the legal community, and my honourable member across the way knows that there are, if you talk to 10 lawyers, you will get 10 different legal opinions on any matter. But most importantly, we need to work with healthcare professionals and understand from them as to what is required in terms of all the appropriate safeguards. Last but not least, our provinces and territories who are primarily responsible for delivering healthcare, and we need to listen for them carefully, and they're asking for an extension. That's what Bill C-62 is doing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Madam Speaker, I was seeking unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Leeds-Grenville.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to split his time? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
It should have never come to this, Madam Speaker. Had the government properly consulted with Canadians, this expansion of MAID would have never seen the light of day. Instead, what we now have is MAID in Canada, triumph of ideology over common sense. The Liberal government's recent decision to further delay, but not cancel, the expansion of MAID to the mentally ill reflects an unserious approach to this all-important life and death issue. MAID was originally designed for those whose physical illness was incurable and caused intolerable pain, and where death was reasonably foreseeable. But the Liberals soon eliminated the requirement that death be reasonably foreseeable and then went far beyond that by quickly agreeing to a demand from the unelected Senate to expand assisted suicide to include those suffering from mental illness. And the government has signaled a willingness to go even further by including children in their deadly scheme. As we had predicted back in 2016, when the Prime Minister introduced medically assisted death to Canadians, our country is now hurtling down a steep and slippery slope. And despite accusations of fear-mongering and exaggerating leveled at us, history has proved our Conservative MPs were right. Over 8 short years, our country has moved from banning assisted suicide to having the most permissive and dangerous regime in the world. The statistics are staggering. Last year, over 13,000 Canadian deaths were attributable to MAID, a 31% increase over the year before. And that's without MAID being made available for mental illness. MAID is now the 4th leading cause of death in the country. When compared to other jurisdictions where MAID is available, like California, Canada's assisted suicide deaths far exceed those of other jurisdictions. That should really concern us, as it reflects a reckless implementation of MAID. And imagine how many more thousands of deaths will be added every single year should the Liberal plan to include the mentally disordered come into force. Of increasing concern are the growing number of cases in which MAID has been improperly approved and administered outside of what the criminal law currently allows. Here are just a few of them, Madam Speaker. There's a Hamilton man who would rather die than struggle with poverty. That was reported in the Hamilton Spectator Reporter. The Cape Breton woman who sought MAID over lengthy workers' compensation delays. The Ontario quadriplegic mother who applied for MAID over lack of access to disability supports. The former Paralympian who told MPs that the Veterans Affairs Department offered her assisted death instead of help. The Winnipeg woman who chose to die through MAID because of her futile struggle for home care. And then there's the case of Donna Duncan from my own city of Abbotsford, who was euthanized because mental health support wasn't available when she needed it the most. Indeed, she received MAID without her daughters Christy and Alicia knowing about it until after the fact. No chance to say goodbye to their mother. Then there's Catherine Mentler, who lives with chronic depression and suicidality. Feeling particularly vulnerable, she went to Vancouver General Hospital, looking for psychiatric help for feelings of hopelessness she couldn't shake. But instead, a clinician told her there would be a long wait to see a psychiatrist and that the healthcare system is broken. And that was followed by a jarring question. Have you considered MAID? Can you believe it? And then there's Sophia, who suffered from severe sensitivity to smoke and chemicals, triggering rashes, difficulty breathing, and blinding headaches. She died by MAID after a frantic effort by friends, supporters, and even her doctors to get her safe and affordable housing in Toronto. She begged officials for assistance in finding a home away from the smoke and the chemicals wafting through her apartment. The government sees me as expendable trash, a complainer, a useless, and a pain in the ass. That's what she said, Madam Speaker, in a video filmed 8 days before her death. So, Madam Speaker, Canadians are dying unnecessarily and under circumstances that scream out for reconsideration of how far Canadians are prepared to go in euthanizing their fellow citizens. It's become stunningly clear how little this government consulted on MAID expansion. Mental health professionals are only now becoming aware of the government's plans to euthanize persons suffering from mental disorders. Psychiatrists, psychologists, clinical counselors, suicide prevention experts, overwhelmingly, they oppose this expansion. And only recently has the government begun to consult with Indigenous communities, our fellow Canadians who are at greatest risk from an expansive application of MAID. The provinces and territories, has already been mentioned, have sent a joint letter to the government that they're not ready for MAID expansion. Indeed, they've called not just for a delay, but for an indefinite suspension of the government's plans. And ordinary Canadians, of course, have repeatedly said they do not favor expanding assisted suicide to include the mentally ill. What's worse, this expansion is taking place at a time when Canada faces compounding national crises in mental health, palliative care, opioid addiction, affordability, and homelessness. The skyrocketing cost of living has only exacerbated these profound social challenges. So the government's reckless approach to MAID also flies in the face of Parliament's stated commitment to suicide prevention, including the recently activated 988 suicide helpline, thanks to my colleague from Cariboo, Prince George. How can you claim to support suicide prevention efforts when at the same time you're promoting state-facilitated suicide? Clearly, the government's contradictory approach has been one in which blind ideology has trumped common sense and reason. And more troubling is that the message to our most vulnerable Canadians, the mentally disordered, the opioid addicted, the homeless and hungry, the veterans, is that their government would rather euthanize them than provide them with mental health and social supports they need to live productive, meaningful lives. The utilitarian implications of this government's approach are deeply disturbing and profoundly wrong on so many levels. By any other definition, expanding MAID to include the most vulnerable is nihilism hiding behind the fig leaf of compassion. In a briefing recently, Liberal government officials indicated that they are still hell-bent on expanding MAID to the mentally ill. It's just that their masters, namely the Prime Minister and his Liberal colleagues across the floor, don't want to face the voters' wrath for placing their corrosive ideology above the interests and welfare of the most vulnerable among us. That's why they, the Liberals, have kicked the ball down the road to avoid the political consequences. Madam Speaker, we can and should do better. What is really required and what Canadians are demanding of the Prime Minister and his Justice Minister is that they put a full stop to this madness now. There being no national consensus on MAID expansion, completely rescinding this policy is the only reasonable and responsible thing to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis. Madam Speaker, I appreciate
on this third edition of the Special Joint Committee together. I know the member is a lawyer, and my question is really a legal one. Does he expect that this, and I agree with the recommendation of the committee for an indefinite delay, but does he expect that this case will come up at the courts, at the Supreme Court eventually, I guess, and what does he think the reasoning of the court might be, given that the definition of irremediability in law is very different from irremediability in clinical medical practice, which requires a little bit more certainty, and there's a tension there between the two. So I'd be interested in his perspective on that.
For Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me first of all thank this member for bringing such a thoughtful approach to our work at the committee and now here in the House. I agree with them that we should have an indefinite pause on this expansion. But with respect to the Supreme Court of Canada, I think it would be wrong to presume what the court might read into any additional changes that might happen. We do know that the federal government refused to appeal lower court decisions like the EF decision in Alberta and the Truchon case in Quebec to the Supreme Court of Canada, which is where this type of final decision should rest. And I expect fully that eventually a case will make its way up to the Supreme Court of Canada, where the Supreme Court of Canada will opine whether the Carter decision should go beyond just the incurable, intolerable illnesses where death was reasonably foreseeable, and should in fact include vulnerable populations like the mentally ill.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, my colleague is complaining that some people say that he is spreading fears and he's not able to use technical terms that are adequate to debate. The Association of Canadian Academies doesn't talk about children. Talking about children in general is lacking intellectual rigor in a debate like this one. We're talking about immature individuals. There was a gentleman who had cancer that was eating his bones. He was an athlete. He had a really strong heart, but he suffered for 2 years, Madam Speaker, because he wasn't eligible for MAID. He asked for it, and he died at the age of 17 years and 10 months without MAID by suffering in total fear. And what did we give him? Palliative sedation at the end of the day, because we weren't able to calm his suffering. And what did palliative sedation do? Well, they saw this individual in delirium for 24 hours before dying. And is that what my colleague is talking about?
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm deeply disturbed that this individual would actually promote assisted death for children. And don't forget, Madam Speaker, the suggestion is not only that this would be assisted death for mature minors. There's a suggestion that parents wouldn't have the final say over whether their children are euthanized. This is appalling. Is this the state of our country, where we have parties in this House of Commons that are actually promoting the death of children, when in fact they can be helped, they can be treated? Madam Speaker, we can do better as a country. I know we can.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague shares my concern that we're now 30-some days away from an arbitrary deadline that was imposed. You know, we passed a national palliative care motion that I brought in 2016. Nothing was done. 2019, we brought the national suicide prevention strategy that was based on the work in Nunavut. Everybody signed off. Nothing was done. And now we're told that we should be making it easier for people who are suffering mental illness, people who are on the streets, people who have opioids, people who are hopeless, that we should be fast-tracking that rather than putting in place the protections to protect people. I want to ask my honourable colleague what his thoughts are.
A brief answer from the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question and for his work at the MAID committee, where we did excellent work in coming up with a recommendation that unfortunately the government didn't choose to follow in its entirety. We had called for an indefinite pause. Unfortunately, the government felt 3 years, an arbitrary 3 years is sufficient. But to answer his question, I have great concern that this government's promises to deliver improved palliative care supports to the provinces, to deliver improved mental health supports to the provinces have not been fulfilled. And now people are asking for death because they're not getting those supports. That truly is sad.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
It's why we come here, to debate the most serious of issues, and we're faced with one of those issues today. And I want to start, Madam Speaker, by being very upfront that I do not think that a pause for the expansion of medical assistance in dying to those whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness, I do not believe that a pause is appropriate. There must be an abolition of the expansion to those who are most vulnerable and to those who are suffering. And we've heard that the government is pushing, the Liberal government is pushing this off to avoid political consequences in the next election. And it's shameful. But it does present an opportunity, because a Conservative government will not allow the expansion of doctor-assisted death to people for whom this country should be offering hope and help. And The concrete solutions that have been put forward by Conservative members have been heard in this House, including my honourable colleague from Caribou Prince George with the 988 suicide prevention hotline. He shamed the government into taking action on it. And while it took that shame for them to act, it does offer some help to those who desperately need it. And the honourable member for Abbotsford, who spoke just before I did with his bill C-314, and it would have scrapped doctor-assisted death for those whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness. But the government rejected that. With the provinces and territories who are constitutionally required or obligated to deliver on health care, the majority of their heads of government having to call for the government to stop this reckless march forward. So I just wanted to start by saying that while I will vote in favor of a pause, I cannot abide anyone believing that I'm okay with this continuing 3 years from now. This debate is following the Liberals pulling the emergency brake on their reckless expansion of MAID just a year ago. And given the chance, there would be a wide expansion of MAID, and not just to those who are suffering from mental illness and addiction. This expansion of doctor-assisted dying, doctor-assisted suicide, can't be carried out safely or justly. It's difficult, if not impossible, to determine the irremediability of a mental disorder in individual cases, meaning we can't say with certainty, the certainty that's required in a matter that truly is life or death, whether a person suffering from mental illness will get better. In appearing before the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, of which I sat as a vice chair, Dr. Jitender Sareen, a physician in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Manitoba, testified, and I quote, "We strongly recommend an extended pause in expanding MAID to include mental disorders as the sole underlying medical condition in Canada because we are simply not ready. In our experience, people recover from long periods, long, meaning decades, of suffering with depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and addictions with appropriate evidence-based treatments. We strongly believe that making MAID available for mental disorders will facilitate unnecessary death in Canada and negatively impact suicide prevention efforts. The clinical role is to instill hope, not to lead patients towards death." And Dr. Sareen went on to say, and I quote, "Unlike physical conditions that drive MAID requests, we do not understand the biological basis of mental disorders and addictions, but we know that they can resolve over time. The real discrimination and lack of equity is not providing care for people with mental disorders and addictions," and I couldn't agree more with the doctor. We have an obligation, a moral obligation in our society to make sure that every person is treated with the inherent dignity and value that they are created with. Everyone. And they don't get that when we offer them death instead of help and hope, treatment and care. Psychiatrists and even the Prime Minister's so-called expert panel can't know if someone is going to recover from mental illness. And this is under a government where wait times for psychiatric treatment can be over half of a decade. If the government goes ahead with this, people who would have gotten better will not get the chance because they'll have been killed at the hand of the government. Further, it's difficult for a clinician to distinguish between a rational request for medical assistance in dying where mental illness is the sole underlying medical condition and one motivated by suicidal ideation. On the question of suicidality, Dr. Sareen said, and I quote, "There's no clear operational definition differentiating between when someone is asking for MAID and when someone is asking for suicide when they're not dying. Internationally, this is the differentiation. If somebody is dying, then it can be considered MAID. When they're not dying, it is considered suicide." On the same question, Dr. Tariq Raji stated, and I quote, "There is no clear way to separate suicidal ideation or a suicide plan from requests for MAID," end quote. So with the line being blurred between suicidal ideation and so-called rational request for medical assistance in dying, evidence from jurisdictions that have assisted suicide for mental disorders, both suicides and medically facilitated death, go up. We cannot move forward with this dangerous game that this government is playing. The plan on moving full steam ahead no matter what the cost. The minister said the Liberals have the moral imperative to move ahead with an assisted suicide regime. Hopelessness and misery. That is their imperative. A moral imperative? It is immoral. This is the same government who has degraded life in the country to the point where an entire generation of people is giving up hope. 2 million Canadians lined up at food banks every month, and once former middle-class families living in their cars. People being offered MAID instead of a wheelchair after serving our country and going to Veterans Affairs for help. People being offered MAID at routine doctor's appointments. People seeking MAID because they can't afford housing. People seeking MAID because they can't get the psychiatric care that they need. Blind ideology ahead of evidence. Death on demand for any reason. Depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, personality disorders, addictions will all become justification for death under this government if this plan is allowed to be carried forward. A new generation of addicts having been created by normalizing and legalizing opioids that are being peddled to our children. The MAID regime seems like it will become the government's plan for addictions rather than offering people who are suffering with treatment and a chance to get better. Instead, they are offering them death. There is hope yet if we pass this bill. We can stop the expansion of MAID to people who are suffering. We can make a commitment as the representatives of Canadians to deliver on the health, help, hope, and treatment that Canadians deserve, that every human person deserves. Dignity, respect, hope, life. That's what we're going to have to vote to protect. And Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand and vote in support of life.
Questions and comments. The Honourable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as an advanced democratic country, Canada sometimes brings in legislation on issues that has never been dealt before. And sometimes Canada is one of the first countries in the world to deal with this type of issues. Whenever we bring legislation which fundamentally affects every single Canadian, sometimes we have to re-look at it to see how it impacts Canadians, whether we are stepping on the toes of the fundamental right of Canadians. Earlier, the member from Abbotsford said there is no national consensus. I would like to ask this member whether he agrees with me that due to the different religious beliefs, different religious faiths, philosophies, that we cannot have a national unanimity on issues like this.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I thank the member for his question. I don't believe that this is a question about religion. I think it's simply a question about humanity and how we care for the most vulnerable among us. And this is an imperative that we have as parliamentarians. and ensuring that we care for the least of us, those who are most in need of our help, that's the highest calling that we can answer. And this is an abdication, allowing made for folks whose only medical condition is mental illness, allowing state-sanctioned death or doctor-assisted suicide in that case is an abdication of our responsibilities to the most vulnerable, regardless of one's beliefs or creed.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague was talking about fanaticism, and he dared to say that it's a child of religion. A colleague said that, and unfortunately today we have proof positive of that. And when it comes to suffering, the people who are suffering, the colleague has just talked about not wanting to allow this at all. But the Liberals want to postpone it for 3 years and leave it up to the Conservatives. Well, the Conservatives will scrap MAID altogether. So is the true coalition here the Ottawa coalition? Because we're the only party that doesn't agree with the other three. The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Madam Speaker, we have an epidemic in this country of people who are suffering from addiction. We have people who are suffering from mental illness. And I'm not going to be shamed by anyone who wants to call me a fanatic for saying that we need to protect the vulnerable. And so if there are members in this place, and I abhor the thought, that would rather have the government kill people than to give them the treatment that they deserve, they want to abandon their responsibility, well, I genuinely hope that we don't have anyone elected to this place representing Canadians who believe that. I certainly don't. I believe in helping the most in need.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, I can't accept being described as calling for the government to murder people. I demand an apology. That's a point of debate. So we will continue. Questions and comments? The honourable member. Another point of order. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, it's not a point of debate. Words have meaning. The member said that I was encouraging the government to murder people. That has no place in this debate. One might not agree with me, but I will take a look at what was said, and I'll come back to the House if necessary. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would challenge the member. The government is not killing people. They're failing to put in place protections for people. There is a difference, and I think our language does matter. What we need to have is a strong support for everyone. To simply say people are being killed, it doesn't help our conversation, and I ask my colleague to reflect on that.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Has 50 seconds to respond.
Madam Speaker, through action or inaction, the result is the same. And by failing to help the vulnerable, by failing to offer those supports, we are condemning those people. The government is condemning those people to death. But then to take a positive action and to then offer them suicide in place of help and treatment, well, we can take a look at a thesaurus and decide on whether or not that's to be described as the government killing them, but they're not reaching out a hand in help, and that's exactly what government should do.
I'm still looking into how things were actually said a while ago, but I do want to remind members to be very careful on some of their wording that they are using in the House. Because it isn't quite proper to be using that type of language in the House. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with my colleague and friend, the member for Montcalm, who's the subject matter expert on MAID. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to share his time?
Oui. Alors,
yes, okay. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. MAID is a topic that is as crucial as it is sensitive. By choosing to postpone debate for 3 years, the Liberal government is banding together with the Conservatives, with the blessing of the NDP, to ensure the debate will never be resumed. This is seriously irresponsible. We in the Bloc were in favour of a 1-year postponement, but 3 years takes us past the next election. We might as well say we won't be talking about this for a very long time. In the meantime, Quebec City has passed legislation that allows for advance requests. This covers people suffering from neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. However, until the criminal code is amended by this place, Quebec's legislation is stymied. In Quebec City, the entire National Assembly is calling on Ottawa to amend the criminal code. Even if the Quebec legislation allows for it, the criminal code does not, and that leaves the door open to doctors potentially facing prosecution. That's why we moved the amendment we moved. Once again, the Liberal government, the Conservatives, and the NDP chose to oppose us. It's another way of reminding Quebec that we can't decide for ourselves. Even when there's a consensus, our neighbours get to decide for us, in our place. What's more, Madam Speaker, the government has chosen to pass all this through a mega time allocation supported by the NDP, a gag order to put debate off indefinitely, while rejecting Quebec's unanimous request. Isn't our democracy wonderful? And here we find ourselves with a bill that makes no distinction between mental orders and neurodegenerative diseases, as Quebec law does. Regardless of the choices made by the other parties, we continue and we will continue to call for the criminal code to be brought into line with Quebec's end-of-life care legislation by allowing for advance requests. Can I ask this House for a little more humanity? Is it really that complicated to amend the criminal code to give effect to Quebec's legislation on advance consent for people suffering from serious and incurable neurocognitive diseases? Madam Speaker, to try to convince my colleagues of the importance of Quebec's what Quebec wants to do here and the need to act quickly, I'd like to read you a letter. This letter was sent to me by one of my constituents. It touched me deeply. It talks about what my constituent's mother, Jacinthe Arnaud, went through. And here's what the letter says. At the age of 56, my mother, Jacinthe Arnaud, a clinical nurse, was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. There was no family history to suggest that this big dark cloud would hang over the rest of her life. The second thing my mother said to me in 2019 when she got her diagnosis was, "Promise me you won't let me die in an old folks' home. Promise me, Kath, that you'll let me go with dignity." At the time, the MAID legislation did not yet allow people with cognitive disorders to have access to this type of care. I went to great lengths to research the subject, talking to elected officials, taking part in the National Assembly to advance the legislation, and finding out what was being done in other countries. I saw that there was an impasse. Even if my mother repeated what she wanted week after week, I couldn't see how I could give her the ending she was wishing for. In 2021, when the criterion of imminent death was removed from the legislation, we had a glimmer of hope. Fortunately or unfortunately, my mother wasn't 100% aware of her condition, so she wasn't ready to leave us and choose to die. So that was a major risk that she was going to miss her chance to die with dignity. The disease progressed very quickly, too quickly compared to the progress of the legislation. At the beginning of 2022, we had to keep an almost constant watch on my mother as her cognitive abilities, memory, and even motor skills became increasingly impaired. Despite all that, she was lucid enough to ask her geriatrician for MAID. The procedures were set in motion, and the stress of not knowing whether my mother would change her mind hung over us, not because she no longer wanted MAID, but because she would have been too ill to realize her shortcomings and the trajectory she was on. Did you know the legislation requires a 90-day waiting period before a person with cognitive impairment can be medically assisted in dying? Being a nurse myself and seeing my mother deteriorate before my very eyes, I couldn't see how she would still be lucid after those 90 days. After several discussions with her doctor, we were able to move things forward. Why wasn't my mother's credibility taken seriously? Why is it that with cognitive disorders, the patient has to wait to get made, but not in the case of other incurable illnesses? Choosing in advance to die with dignity is, in my opinion, and that of my mother, a very personal and legitimate choice. In an ideal world, this decision would have been made quickly after diagnosis. Considering the progression of neurodegenerative diseases and that it varies greatly from one person to another, wouldn't it be appropriate to give these people the chance to choose to die, to choose early, to die with dignity? My mother went through a huge amount of stress not knowing whether she would have the right to die. And as the mother of 2 young children, I too experienced the stress of not knowing whether my mother would die or whether I would have to institutionalize her, which would have been heartbreaking. My mother worked the last years of her career in a dialysis unit at the Joliette Hospital, and she decided to pay it forward on when she died, surrounded by her loved one. Her kidneys and her lungs were used to save 3 other people, and we're very proud of her for that. I hope with all my heart that it'll be possible to choose MAID in advance. All those people who are currently ill and would like to die with dignity are depending on how fast the law changes. Yours truly, Catherine Joly. Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank Ms. Joly from the bottom of my heart for her letter, and I endorse her words because I too wholeheartedly hope it'll be possible to choose MAID in advance. As she said, it's a matter of dignity. And as she reminds us, it depends how quickly we change the law. The law has been changed in Quebec, but the criminal code still needs to be brought into line. I sincerely hope Ms. Joly's words have helped convince my colleagues of the importance of making this change, and especially of making it quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and above all, thank you, Catherine. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canada is one of the most advanced democracies in the world, and that's the reason why we bring in legislation, sometimes which are quite unique. In Canadian history of over 155 years, this is the first time a legislation like this has been brought forward. Whenever we bring this legislations which fundamentally affects every single Canadian's life, is it not important that we have to relook at it, modify if required, take a pause, check if everything is okay, and patiently advance further instead of rushing through? I would like to have honourable members' views on that.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nepean for his question. Madam Speaker, 2 things. First of all, Quebec has a unanimous consensus. All parties in the National Assembly have passed legislation, but that's blocked because it has to be brought into line with the criminal code. And we just want an exception for Quebec. It's not complicated, but the government says it's very important, but they're not doing anything about it. And the whole issue is to move swiftly here. The second thing is postponing the debate by another 3 years will punt this issue past the next election. We don't know who's going to form government. But if it's the Conservatives, we can be sure of one thing: this will never be raised again as a topic. So it's irresponsible to postpone this by 3 years. It was already postponed. What's the government going to do with 3 extra years? They're just going to bury this and make sure it never comes up again. It's not responsible. We're talking about bringing the criminal code into line with the unanimous desire of Quebecers. Our society has reached that point, but we're being blocked by our neighbours who are choosing to do nothing. Let's take action.
Speaker, the honourable member was reading a letter from a constituents. We also receive letters that speak in a different way about the dignity that they look for and how do they see their life treated based on the MAID and the new law in place. If the honourable member, his emphasis on being on a humanitarian side of this, on the compassionate side of this, wouldn't that apply to every Canadian rather just to narrow this to Quebec, which is, I understand, I respect that he does represent Quebec riding, but we need to look for something that applies to all Canadians, and I think that's the purpose behind what we see today.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable colleague for his question. From my point of view and from my party's, the basis of C-62 is to try to never bring this topic up again by postponing it by 3 years. And it may be a potentially majority Conservative government by then, and it would really surprise me if they ever chose to pick up this ball and run with it. Canada is a federation, I would remind everyone. It includes a number of nations, including the Quebec nation. In the Quebec nation, there's a unanimous position on this, but we can't do what we want to do in Quebec because the federal government refuses to amend the criminal code. All we're asking for, we understand the rest of Canada may have their own debates. That's the idea of a federation. You can have different things in different parts of the country, different cultures, different points of view. But in Quebec, we have one united stand on this issue. We're not calling for Quebec's position to apply from coast to coast to coast. We're just asking Ottawa to stop blocking Quebec from doing what it wants to do unanimously. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd just like to remind him that yesterday I voted in favor of the amendment for an advance request because there is consensus in Quebec society, both political and civilian, and Ottawa shouldn't prevent Quebec from going ahead with this. But there's no medical or scientific consensus about medical illnesses as the sole underlying condition. So I think it's important to allow for more time to think about these things because there is no scientific and medical consensus. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I acknowledge that the member voted with the bloc when it came to advance requests, but it's unfortunate that he was the only one in his party to do that. And once again, we see the cleavage between Quebec and the rest of the country. There's a real divide, and it's unfortunate that the whole NDP caucus didn't take the same position as he did. I understand that we need to talk about this. It's an important topic, but for 3 years, nothing happened, and then the federal government pushed it off another 3 years, and ultimately that means we'll never be discussing this again because of the elections to come, and that's irresponsible. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin with a statement that will show that with C-62, the government, the Liberal government, which lacks courage, they're an elephant that's given birth to a mouse. Madam Speaker, what has brought us to this point of discussing Bill C-62 today is the passage of Bill C-7. Bill C-7 set up a special joint committee on MAID, and they were to review the MAID legislation and analyze some scenarios, including the scenario of advance requests. But in order to help parliamentarians do their work, because we knew that the problems were serious ones and complicated, so the government set up an expert panel. And that expert panel was to report to the special joint committee. The problem is that instead of being able in June 2021, right after the bill was passed, instead of setting up everything that was needed, yes, an expert panel was struck, but instead the government decided to call an election, and that pushed everything back. The committee's work was delayed by that. But one would have expected immediately after the election that the Special Joint Committee would get right down to work. But no, Madam Speaker, that's not what happened. We had to wait. There was a lot of foot dragging. And finally, the committee was struck, and they had a pretty extensive terms of reference. And that eventually led to Bill C-39, which postponed the implementation of the committee's recommendations.
But since February 2023, the committee has been very clear, Madam Speaker, with regards to advance requests. And that was the recommendation that was met with the biggest majority at committee. Throughout our debate, the government keeps saying we have to be prudent, wary. Well, I'm all for being prudent, but that leads to patients suffering. And at that point, I can no longer agree with too much prudency. The government has been lagging. We're now in 2024, and the government has a tiny bit of legislation that simply says, oh, well, we're going to postpone for mental illness. But what about the committee's strong recommendation made in February of 2023? The government knew full well at that point that Quebec was doing diligent work with regards to advance requests. The government knew that that Quebec was going to table a bill, but instead of taking inspiration from it and instead of seeing what measures could be then transferred into regulations around the federal-made legislation, they did absolutely nothing. And I asked myself a number of times, and I spoke in the House, by the way, to ask the Minister for Justice, the Minister for Health, why? Why have you done nothing? Why is there no first aspect in C14 that should have been prepared, by the way, by now, regarding advance requests? The committee tabled a report in February. It had a recommendation on mental health. Why not act upon that? But when it comes to mental health and advance requests, the government has done nothing to act on the recommendation made. Yesterday, I heard an answer to that question, Madam Speaker. During the committee, the Minister for Health showed that he did not know anything about the Quebec law, but now they rise in the House and say, well, we have huge respect for Quebec's policies, but they don't even know what our policies are. The Minister told me that with regards to advance requests, it was more difficult to implement for mental health cases because there may be family squabbles around an ill person. But that just shows that the minister hasn't read 29.6 of the Quebec statute on the matter, which says when someone gets a diagnosis, that person appoints a third party. A third party that won't determine when I will be able to get made, but who will put forward my will. My will that will be part of my advanced request, the criteria of my advanced request. Some in my writing have said, when I'll be rolling around in my own excrements, when I'll be incontinent, doubly incontinent, when I won't want to feed myself, when it will be a horrible task for people to try and feed me, when I won't be able to recognize even my closest loved ones, when I won't be able to talk to anyone around me, I want to move forward with MAID, and my third party, in whom I have a lot of trust, will say to the healthcare team, I will tell my third party to tell the team at that point, can you evaluate if we meet the criteria, if this person has met the criteria of their advance request? Why have people asked this? Why do people ask for advance requests? Because they want to avoid shortening their lives. They want to live as long as possible. And we can be benevolent to them. We can help them until they reach their advanced request parameters. And the minister doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Do you find that normal? That a minister appear before a committee saying that they respect Quebec, that say that they admire Quebec's journey without even knowing what Quebec laws include. Frankly, I'm not surprised that we have such a poor bill in C-62. And then they have the gall to say, no. You, Quebec, you've done good work, but we're not ready elsewhere. So wait, your patients will suffer. Quebec society is not the only jurisdiction that has sorted out advance requests. And we're not the only ones for advance requests. 85% of people from coast to coast to coast support advance requests. That's an Ipsos poll. The Conservatives say that they want to take care of the most vulnerable, which is also the case for us, Madam Speaker. But there is none more vulnerable than someone who is at the cusp of their level of tolerance, who suffers and who is before a government or a state that tells this person, no. There might be some people around you, as if the criminal code can't go after that kind of person. I heard earlier my Conservative colleague, and to listen to them, it's as if everyone in healthcare wants to euthanize our vulnerable left, right, and centre. Another Conservative said that there was an opioid crisis. There's people in the streets, so hey, let's just euthanize them. No. That's not what we want. It has nothing to do with this debate. Saying that kind of thing is fear-mongering, pure and simple. It's misinformation on a subject as crucial as the one we are debating today. So when we want to be acting for the good of society, we cannot harm someone's autonomous decisions. And the state should not make that kind of decision. Should not tell me when I've met my threshold of tolerance. Is to make sure that there are conditions necessary to allow someone to make a free choice in advance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have to say that I find the position of the Bloc to be somewhat curious insofar as it is inconsistent with the position taken by the National Assembly. The National Assembly rejected the policy of this government, which is to expand MAID in cases where mental illness is the sole underlying condition. I understand the position of the Bloc to oppose Bill C-62 is on the basis that they would like to see this policy implemented in one short year from now. So can the member explain why the Bloc is taking a position inconsistent with that of the National Assembly?
The honourable member from Montcalm. First of all, Madam Speaker, I've said it a number of times. The Bloc Québécois wants to have something to do with advance requests in C-62. That's our main objection to the bill. We tried to table amendments with regards to Quebec's request, the National Assembly's unanimous request. With regards to our work on the question of mental health, our premise is that psychiatry is not capable of alleviating the suffering of all of its patients. Psychiatrists appeared before us to say that they were wrong in their diagnosis 50% of the time. Wow, that's great when it comes to scientific processes. But if you don't have an exact diagnosis, and if the diagnosis can change, what is eminently clear and what is constant in a patient's trajectory over decades is that this patient is suffering. And that they can't deny that their patients are suffering. They can't deny that all they can do for these patients is palliative care. Dr. Gagnon came to tell us this. We need lifelong palliative care for people with mental illnesses. That's all they can do at the moment, these psychiatrists. So, Quebec has made a decision. In 2021, it was not able to base itself on the report we got in 2022. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. This is my first opportunity to take the floor. I'm disappointed with a number of comments that seem to say that the Government of Canada will go around murdering people.
Up at a point of order. I think we need to be concerned that on a choice and a debate as deeply personal and moral, and the questions are complicated, and I know, Madam Speaker, I'll have to stop soon, but to my friend from Montcalm, how do we keep the focus here not on the partisanship of this place, but on making good laws and passing laws given the constraints of Supreme Court decisions and the work of the Senate? We are stuck, but it doesn't mean anyone wants to murder any Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I challenge anyone to find an ounce of partisanship in my speech on the matter. I've always tackled the question itself. What I note is that since 2015, unfortunately, parliamentarians have not been of the same caliber as parliamentarians at the National Assembly. There's not enough thought put forward on the matter, and this could have been the case since 2021, but the government has dragged its heels. They could have allowed us to work better with more diligence. And so they've decided simply to ignore mental health. We need to tackle the issue of mental health the second this bill might be adopted. Quick question. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague for his speech. He's very responsible. It's deplorable to try and fearmonger in this chamber. Well, it's part of the Conservative playbook. There might be reasonable fears in our population, but it is incumbent upon us to work on these fears. Could my colleague briefly tell us medical assistance in dying is permanent? There's no takebacks. But how will this be done in a responsible way without people being able to make just spot decisions? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. A quick answer. Madam Speaker, first of all, there needs to be a favourable opinion of our healthcare workers who are benevolent by nature. That's the basic premise. Those who are against MAID think that there are healthcare workers who are fundamentally malevolent, malfeasant, people who just want to eliminate the vulnerable in our society. It's rather surprising to hear Conservatives, who are libertarians when it comes to the economy, state that the state should stick its nose in personal affairs like ending one's life. In the name of what do the Conservatives believe that they are better placed than a suffering person? They don't have the courage to say it. I will say it's because of religious ideology. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte has raised a point of order, or did a bit earlier. His comment, the member for Leeds Grenville Thousand Islands comment, was not directly targeting the member. It was just a general comment. When he repeated it a second time, I also mentioned it because I heard it that second time. I said it was not a comment that should be proffered in the House of Commons. It can lead to disruptions, but that also, I'm certain that no member in this House wants to kill someone in particular. So I had a look at the comments, and it was just a general comment. It was not a targeted comment. If there are members in this House who would like to let the government kill people. That's just what I wanted to add. The honourable member has a point of order. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. In answer to your decision, I would invite you perhaps to you or one of your colleagues to come back to us with regards to, if not, there are non-parliamentary statements proffered against MPs in general. It's just as bad as if it targeted one MP, because it targets all MPs. I would like to hear the speakership's opinion on the matter, because even if they are comments that target members in general, they're still targeted. And so I think that a decision should be rendered without regards of the person being targeted. If it's one person or everyone, I appreciate the comments, and I will discuss and confer with the other speakers and deputy speakers. It is clear that a number of times we hear certain things and we have to rise in order to respond as to whether something is acceptable or not. It was also the case yesterday, you will remember. It's not the first time that this kind of thing has happened. It's been happening for years, but we have to make sure that members who take the floor think before they speak. And so it is not only incumbent upon the speakership to try and manage the House, it is incumbent upon all members of this House to make sure that decorum is followed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, a great honour to rise in this House, as I've done many times over the past 20 years. I mentioned the 20-year mark in that I have always been a great political optimist, a great believer in Canada, a belief in our fundamental goodness to work things out. But we are in a very dark time for democracy. We see the rise of disinformation, conflict social in all aspects of life. On the international stage, the uncertainty coming out of Putin's aggression, the mass killing of innocent people in Palestine. And I don't feel that this House of Commons rises to what Canadians expect us to be. Too often we are dealing with very profound issues through glib press releases or slogans that, and bumper sticker politics. But every now and then we are confronted with legislation that forces us to go deeper. And this legislation is certainly such a moment, because there is nothing more profound in the human community than birth and death. And how we address the rights of people as they're dying and the supports that need to be in place defines not just who we are as a society, but right down to who we are as families, as neighbors, as spouses, as parents, as children. And we're in a very unfortunate moment, I think, in terms of the failure to put the guardrails in place to protect people at this most profound moment. The issue of MAID is a very personal issue, and it's of societal importance that we get this right. I have certainly struggled with this issue, and I wanted to make sure that what was done for the benefit of all, in the best interests of the human community, of the right of the individual, but the right of the people that love them to be part of something special. You know, I'm coming up on the anniversary of my sister Kathleen's passing, and nobody blew through our family more like a summer storm than my sister Kathleen, and nobody suffered greater pain than I've ever seen. And she was fearless right up to the end. Kathleen was always there to the very end, wanting one more gathering, one more song, one more story. And Kathleen would never have accepted MAID, because her will to live was so powerful, even as she knew she was not going to live. And I don't say that to say that her death was any more profound than anyone else's. This was her choice of how she went, and how she went was our choice. My mother said the rosary. I sang Danny Boy. That's how we do things in our family. And we had one of those great Celtic wakes afterwards. And there were people at that Celtic wake who'd never even met my sister, but they all told stories about her. And that's the way we do things in the Celtic tradition. But I've also had friends phone me who had cancers that they could not beat, who phoned me to say goodbye because MAID allowed them the opportunity to choose with their family and their community a dignified way to go. And I respect that. I think that's a very profound choice. And so when Parliament was confronted with the need, because of the Supreme Court ruling, to put in place a regime, we put the regime in place and then said that there would be a review. Because we needed a review, because we were going to a place we'd never been to as a society. The review would be in place after we saw how MAID was working. Was it working the way it was supposed to? Were there abuses? Were the rigors that Parliament said had to be put in place not paid attention to? And then we had the Quebec Superior Court decision, the Trudeau decision. And I felt at that time that it was the obligation of the federal government to appeal that. And I'm not going to argue the merits of the Trudeau decision, but the obligation of the federal government to make sure that if we were going to apply this at the national level, that we had really had done all the due diligence, but that wasn't done. So the Liberals moved a change to MAID before the review that was supposed to happen. And so already suddenly things were changing from what we'd agreed on. And then our colleagues in the Senate, and I will never say much positive about the Senate, but today I will certainly say how dismal and appalling the attitude of the senators were. Stan Kushner, who I had to sit with on the special committee, the disrespect, the arrogance of people who are not elected, people who have no accountability, people who do not have to go back to their communities when they're dealing with a suicide crisis like I have to and other people have to, who said, we want an arbitrary date to extend MAID to people suffering from mental illness and depression. That was such an extraordinarily outrageous and poorly thought out overreach that it was the job of the Parliament of Canada to simply say no. All the other provisions MAID would have stayed in place. But that didn't happen. What happened is that the Liberals agreed. And then it dawned on them that we were going down a very dangerous road and things hadn't been thought out. My colleague from Abbotsford, who I've sat on many committees, and we probably disagree on a lot in politics, but we share the same integrity of coming to this House to do the right thing, bringing what we can bring to bear. He brought legislation to deal with this provision, and it was voted down. So now we're some 30 days from a profound change in legislation that would change Canada forever, and we're scrambling. We're scrambling on a question of life and death and body autonomy. This is not how we should be dealing with these issues. I use the word body autonomy because it's one of the profound human rights. The right to control your body, the right to make a decision. But it's not an absolute right. There are societal factors that go into that right. And when someone is deeply, deeply depressed, someone is suffering mental illness, someone who feels alone, their body autonomy has been compromised, their ability to make decisions. And it's really important for us to always remember that nobody dies alone. They may die in grief, they may die in isolation, they may die in the blackest hole of their own personal pain. But the impacts of that death affects family, it affects neighbors, it affects people beyond what the poor person who suffered that dark moment could ever understand. If you've ever sat down and worked with people whose loved ones were lost to suicide, they want to say again and again, if only they knew how much they were loved. In the northern communities that I work in, where we've had children as young as 10 years old giving up and killing themselves. What kind of nation sits back and lets children give up hope at age 10? I would have thought that when we had those kind of suicide crises in Cross Lake and Attawapiskat and Pakanjikam and I can't even Wapakika, you can't even mention how many of those communities have suffered it. That there would be a national consensus to go up and say, what do we have to put in place? But that doesn't happen. So when I sat on that special committee and I heard some of the medical experts say, we've been really pleased that the Liberal government has put in place all the steps necessary to help this through. I was thinking, you're putting resources in place to push ahead the ability of someone who's severely depressed to make a decision to die without having to have their loved ones, their family, their spouse even, without having a second opinion. You do that, but you would not put in place the broader supports that we need for mental illness. And this is not a whataboutism issue. This is about the crisis that we're facing, where we face 4,000 suicide deaths a year in this country. The mental health crisis is extreme. In 2016, I brought the National Palliative Care Strategy because it's not applied fairly across the country. And when you can't die in dignity, it is a terrible thing. The palliative care approach, and we talked with doctors and nurses across the country, and the federal government agreed and said, yes, we'll put a strategy in place to work with the provinces and the territory, and nothing was done. In 2019, I brought the Motion 174 and a national suicide prevention plan that was based on the incredible work that was done in Nunavut. We know that Quebec put a suicide prevention plan in and cut the suicide rate by 50%. Because these factors are not difficult to find the patterns of where the suicide clusters form, in terms of areas of age, in terms of areas of economic crisis. Once you start to map it out, and that was part of what the suicide action plan would be, that Parliament would provide the resources so that we could start to map out where these crises occur so we can put the mental health services in place. That's what we need to be doing as a Parliament, instead of scrambling at the 11th hour to come up with a fix, a temporary fix, another temporary fix on a temporary fix on a decision that was put forward by an unelected, unaccountable Senate that had no backing, no credibility, no support, other than the fact that a couple of arrogant senators who've never worked, never been elected, have no accountability, decided that Parliament would go along with this, and the government put up with that. It was an absolute failure of public policy to let the unelected senators like Pamela Wallin and Stan Kushner dictate health policy for people in crisis. We would never allow that for anything else. And yet here we are, 30 days from the deadline. You know that we've had letters, 7 out of 10 provinces, saying, do not do this. We've had the medical community say, we have no way to even properly assess. Do not do this. We have had really profound, thoughtful witnesses come forward to talk about the complexities of issues of mental illness. And that who is one to say whether it is irredeemable? Who is one to say that this suffering is so bad it warrants death when there are options? And we have also the situation of people in increasingly desperate situations who feel alone. It says who we are as a society that we say, yeah, that's really too bad that you're homeless. It's really too bad you're suffering the nightmare of addiction. It's really too bad you're a young person in a northern Indigenous community and you have never, ever been able to get proper medical attention. But if you want to die, we'll set up a process. That's not what MAID was meant for. MAID was meant to deal with people who could make the choice, an informed adult choice, as they suffered pain that could not go away. That they could make that choice with their loved ones and their family. I remember my good friend Liz from Vancouver Island who called me. We were good friends. She used to drive me around Vancouver Island in this old Jaguar with wood paneling that she got for $4,000. I kept saying, Liz, if this car breaks down on the mountain, I'm not going to have to get it and push it up to the other side, am I? Liz Liz played blues music for me in that car. She talked about the Catholic saints, and she talked about queer politics. She was her own person, and she smoked. And as she was dying, she called me and said, "This is the moment, and I'm taking the moment because this is the last moment I may have to make that decision." That was a very profound way to go. That's what MAID is for. MAID is not for people who feel they have no hope. To be able to go through without a backup, without a robust multidisciplinary team to walk through the issues with them. It's not something that you can, as they said, make a second choice. I think of Dr. Valerie Masuda, with palliative care physician, said to the committee, "If this special joint committee on MAID recommends proceeding with allowing access to MAID for chronic mental conditions, I would recommend there be a robust multidisciplinary review process involving physicians, psychiatrists, social workers, and ethicists involved in a patient's MAID application, and that there be a transparent review of MAID cases shared between health authorities and provincial and federal oversight, so that we ensure we are not treating social problems with euthanasia." Amen, sister. Imagine if someone with mental illness and depression was able to get a multidisciplinary team of physicians, psychiatrists, social workers, ethicists. Well, we wouldn't have a mental health crisis because those people are not there. Those teams are not there. The government made a commitment to transfer to the provinces $4.5 billion in mental health to deal with the crisis that's unfolding before us. And they haven't done that. So again, we're in a situation where we're being asked to vote, and this bill that the Liberals are bringing forward, it's gutless. Because it's going to punt it down the road 3 years. We're going to be back here in 3 years. We punted it down the road a year over the fundamental failure of the former Attorney General, who simply let it pass. The Senate made a completely unreasonable, undemocratic, unwise pronouncement that overrode the work of the democratically elected House of this country. A House that, as dismal as we are sometimes and dumbed down and sloganeering and fighting over the stupidest things, we have to go back to our constituents and talk to them. We have had to go to the funerals of people who've died from suicide and from depression. We bring that experience into this House. And we can disagree on the extent of MAID, we can disagree on many things, but we have a democratic right and a duty to do the right thing here. The Senate has no democratic accountability to anyone. So the fact that we are having to pick up the pieces from their arrogance and the failure of the Liberal government to hold them to account is, I think, concerning, and we need to reflect on that. And I would urge the members in that other chamber, do not play games with this. March 17th, the deadline changes. The law of Canada changes. The amount of people who could die without proper support, it would change forever. The legal framework of Canada. So my message to those unelected senators, do not play games with the work that we're doing. We're picking up the pieces. We're trying to fix the damage that they did. And we need to do this because it's a bigger principle that's at stake here. The stake of human dignity in a country. And we have to also extend this conversation to our failure as a nation. Our ongoing failure on mental health. Our ongoing failure to offer young people a better future. Our ongoing failure to recognize that the weakest ones in our society, if they're just allowed to die and kill themselves because there's no hope, then we have failed, and we are failing. So I would like to think that we can come together across party lines and say there has to be guardrails. There has to be guardrails that protect the autonomy of the individual, but also places the individual who's in mental crisis and depression within the context of their family, of their loved ones, of their society. Because when you die alone and you die in darkness, the effects are felt for years and years and years after. And I will conclude on this, Madam Speaker. Going into some communities after a suicide crisis, it's like you're walking into shock waves of grief that play out for years and years to come. And it takes so much work to come back from that for a community, for a family. Here we are as a society making that decision. So let's do this right, and let's do this with respect for the people who expect us to do the right thing. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
As always, I appreciate the member's interventions and his insights and all he brings to the table. And I would agree, one of the sticking points for me in this process is the fact that the agenda, and this is undeniable, has been driven by the Senate. And it has been driven by the Senate. Now, there's a big difference between government legislation and Senate legislation. I know we're talking about a Senate amendment. The government has all kinds of resources. It has access to all kinds of experts to consult. It's got access to legal experts. It does charter analyses and everything. But on the Senate side, they don't have those same resources. So how could they approach it with such a degree of certainty? And in some cases, one might say a sense of infallibility, when it's really they don't really have the resources that the government side has, and the government, with all those resources, never intended to go ahead. So I just would like the members' comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, if you aren't elected and you can't be fired, it doesn't just give you a sense of infallibility, it gives you a sense of absolute arrogance, because you can do whatever you want for the betterment or worse for Canadians. I was certainly appalled. I had the honor to sit in for my colleague from Nanaimo for one of the meetings. And I was super careful asking questions, even people I didn't agree with. I wanted to get this right. And I just felt that there was just a sense of lazy arrogance. I mean, Senator Kushner, oh, come on, we've already agreed that we're not going to hear all these witnesses. Come on, we've already agreed that we're going to just push ahead. They blew this. They didn't do the due diligence. They weren't even interested in hearing the witnesses. We should never have been put in a situation to let that lot make a decision as profound as this.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his passionate speech, and particularly talking about Northern Canada. There aren't the same as other Canadians enjoy in metro areas. He did bring up the Senate situation, and I think we're seeing in the House of Commons these days, in particular, Bill 234 that we've brought back several times here, and now the MAID legislation, we are having issues with the Senate, and it is a concern. As the member said, they are not elected, they're appointed, and it has caused some strain on families, not only with the MAID legislation, but certainly in the agriculture sectors with Bill 234. So I just wanted to point this out and have the member comment on the issues that we're having in the Senate, and it looks like we could have them for a number of years, the issues Senate as compared to the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, we certainly know that the Conservative record on the Senate is pretty dismal too. I mean, they put Mike Duffy, the member for Come From Away, in there. Why? Because he was a hack who raised money for Stephen Harper. Pamela Wallin, Patrick Brazo. I mean, this is a rogues gallery of people who are not accountable. But the issue today is that we are now having, as a parliament, as a democratic body, the obligation to fix something very profound, but I'd love to debate and talk about how we deal with that unelected, unaccountable lot whose one thing, it seems as if you flip pancakes for the Liberal or Conservative Party, you get a job for life. There's got to be a better way of running a democracy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few weeks ago, I took part in the funeral of a friend who decided to use MAID, and his mother said at the funeral, "Mama, when you announced your decision, I didn't agree because I was going to be deprived of my mother, but I had to respect the decision because it was yours." His reasons that brought him to vote against the amendment for advanced requests for Quebec. We do have safeguards in place in Quebec. This amendment wasn't intended to have a specific exemption for Quebec in the criminal code. It was for all provinces. I'd like to hear what his reasoning was. That is a very deep question, and it is necessary for the Parliament to establish a process to review this issue. Personally, it's an important question, but it is necessary for Parliament to work together to establish, to make changes to the Act. Questions and comments.
Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech, for especially highlighting the ravages of what colonial systems continue to do to Indigenous peoples. But I wanted to ask specifically about C-62 and the amendment that has been inserted about the creation of a joint committee of both houses of Parliament designated for determining eligibility, and what he thinks about that amendment that would require discussions on ensuring that eligibility of persons whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness, and whether he thinks that is an urgent task that needs to happen after C-62 is passed.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we know that a joint committee was struck, and we heard a lot of testimony, particularly that the process in place to make this work is not there. We need legislation to say that the ability of someone, or the right of someone, to ignore, to die because there's no other options out there for them is not good enough. So what we need to do is close this loophole. We need a committee to be struck, I think, to examine how MAID is rolling out to make sure that it protects rights. And also, I think we need a conversation about the proper mental health services that are being denied to people across this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
A brief comment and a question. I want to acknowledge the member's work with his palliative care motion, which led to me bringing the palliative care bill to Parliament. And he may be aware that the 5-year review shows an increase from 30% of people that had access to palliative care to 58%. So still there's a long way to go. My question for him actually has to do with the Trudeau decision that he talked about. I agree it should have been appealed to the Supreme Court. But the government today can still ask the Supreme Court to weigh in on that, and I think that's something they should do. Does he agree?
The Honourable for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I think the problem was that they accepted it, changed the law, and we're dealing with that. But my message to government is, from here on in, we cannot be cavalier about this. We cannot just allow unelected bodies or even the court, a superior court, to make a decision on something so profound. Our duty as parliamentarians is to test the law, to check the law, and to make sure that any changes from here on in are done within a broader framework of rights and dignity and the protection of the vulnerable.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech and for his advocacy on this issue. I know I've heard from constituents who have actually given up hope, who are struggling with the housing crisis, with the high cost of living, who feel like they have been legislated into poverty, and that they're worried about the expansion of MAID and what that means for them and the people they love who are in the same situation. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the responsibility that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have for putting people in this dire situation.
The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I've spent all my career believing in the great hope of Canada, the fundamental goodness of Canada, and as a nation, we're failing people. We're failing people now at a time of growing climate uncertainty, growing international uncertainty. People are afraid, and they need to know that what we do in this House brings their concerns and actually tries to put reasonable solutions in place, because people cannot be left feeling hopeless and uncertain at this time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Fundy Royal. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak in the House today in support of Bill C-62, the bill that proposes to extend the temporary exclusion of mental illness as an eligible condition for medical assistance in dying for 3 years until March 17, 2027. I'll speak today about the importance of a delay before lifting this exclusion, which is to provide more time for the provinces, territories, and their healthcare partners to prepare for this critical juncture in the evolution of medical assistance in dying, which we refer to as MAID in Canada. The legal framework for MAID is set out in the Federal Criminal Code. However, it is the provinces and territories who have the responsibility for healthcare delivery, including MAID implementation. We have been working in close collaboration with the provinces and territories to support the safe implementation of MAID since before the original legislation permitting MAID was enacted in the Criminal Code in 2016. This is an important relationship built on the mutual goal of ensuring quality health care for the people of Canada. Both the expert panel on MAID and mental illness, the panel, and the Joint Parliamentary Committee on MAID emphasize the importance of clear practice standards and consistent implementation of guidelines across the country, training for physicians and nurse practitioners, and case review and oversight to support best practice and trust in the appropriate application of the law. Provincial and territorial governments and their stakeholders, such as healthcare professional organizations, regulatory bodies, and practitioners, have been actively planning for eligibility for MAID for persons whose sole medical condition is a mental illness. As has been recognized across the board, critical progress has been made in this regard. However, the provinces and territories face different challenges within their jurisdiction and are at varying states of work in implementing these key elements, and consequently their readiness for lifting the lifting of the exclusion. For example, a model practice standard for MAID was developed by an independent task force group made up of clinical, regulatory, and legal experts as a resource for physician and nursing regulatory authorities to adopt or adapt in their development or ongoing revision of MAID standards. In addition to the model standard, the task group also released a companion document, Advice to the Profession. Practice standards are developed and adopted by regulatory bodies responsible for ensuring that specific group of health professionals operate within the highest standard of clinical practice and medical ethics. While some provincial and territorial regulatory bodies have successfully implemented MAID practice standards into their guidance documents for clinicians, others are still in the process of reviewing and updating their existing standards. To support the safe implementation of the MAID framework, Health Canada supported the development of a nationally accredited bilingual MAID curriculum to support a standardized approach to care across the country. The Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers has created and is now delivering a training program that has been recognized and accredited by the appropriate professional bodies. The MAID curriculum includes a series of training modules to advise and support clinicians in assessing persons who request MAID, including those with mental illness, complex chronic conditions, or who are impacted by structural vulnerability, as well as help with the practical application of the MAID legislative framework. The curriculum will help achieve a safe and consistent approach to care across Canada and ensure access to high-quality MAID training for health practitioners. So far, more than 1,100 clinicians have registered for the training, which is impressive given the curriculum was just launched in August 2023. But this is only a portion of the workforce. More time will allow additional physicians and nurse practitioners to register and participate in the training and to internalize these learnings and put them into professional practice. Now let me turn to case review and oversight of MAID. In Canada, we have a process of self-regulation within the medical and nursing professions. The provincial and territorial regulatory bodies, which I spoke of earlier, have a mandate to protect the public for all healthcare, and MAID is no exception. In addition to the presence of health professional regulatory bodies, several provinces have implemented formal oversight mechanisms specific to MAID. For example, in Ontario, the Chief Coroner reviews every MAID provision, as does Quebec's End-of-Life Commission. Both these bodies have strict policies regarding the timing and type of information to be reported by clinicians, and the Quebec Commission issues annual reports. While the provinces with formal MAID oversight processes represent over 90% of all MAID provisions in Canada, other provinces do not have formal MAID quality assurance and oversight processes in place to complement existing complaint-based oversight process undertaken by professional regulatory bodies. Work is being planned to explore case review and oversight models and best practices through a federal, provincial, territorial working group with a view to supporting consistency across jurisdictions. All provinces and territories were united in their request to delay the lifting of the exclusion in order to have more time to prepare their clinicians and healthcare systems to manage requests where mental illness is the sole underlying condition and put necessary supports in place. Provincial and territorial governments must ensure not only practitioners are trained to provide MAID safely, but they must also ensure that the necessary supports are available to clinicians and their patients throughout the assessment process. Both the expert panel and the Special Joint Committee on MAID emphasized the importance of interdisciplinary engagement and the knowledge of available resources and treatments. Experts and practitioner communities have also expressed the need for support mechanisms to be in place for providers undertaking assessments and persons who request MAID irrespective of their eligibility. While some jurisdictions have robust coordination services to manage requests and provide ancillary services, other jurisdictions take a decentralized approach, which can result in less coordination across services and disciplines. The availability of necessary support services for both practitioners and patients is also variable depending on the region. For example, we have heard about the challenges of accessing healthcare services generally in rural and remote areas of the country. Additional time will allow more work to be done to support patients and clinicians involved in MAID. This government is committed to supporting and protecting Canadians with a mental illness who may be vulnerable while respecting personal autonomy and choice. The provinces and territories are ultimately responsible for the organization and delivery of MAID and supporting health services. Given their responsibility for how MAID is delivered, moving forward before provinces and territories are ready would not be the responsible course of action. We believe the extension of 3 years proposed in Bill C-62 will provide the time necessary to work on these important elements for the safe and consistent application of MAID for persons suffering solely with a mental illness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his important intervention. I think that we all know Indigenous peoples have the fewest mental health resources, and a huge part of that is because of Canada's colonial history. And one of the efforts that we have been trying to do is trying to get more Indigenous healers and Indigenous care workers to be incorporated into the non-insured health benefit system so that they too can be paid as similar as professionally or academically certified, educated mental health professionals. And I wonder if the member agrees that as a way to alleviate some of those pressures that one of the better ways to make sure that Indigenous peoples are getting the mental health services they need is to make sure that they are being funded as well.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the honourable members that rural communities, remote communities, including Indigenous peoples, have got difficulty in accessing quality health care that many in the urban centers take for granted. I also agree with the member that we need to look beyond the formal structure that is currently available in identifying the people with knowledge who can provide healthcare services. And we should try to see if we can bring in the people with the knowledge and expertise in traditional medicine or the various other knowledge systems that are available around the world, to bring them into the system where they too, their knowledge and expertise is available, not only to the Indigenous people, but all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's the honourable for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I served on the Special Joint Committee on MAID, and the overwhelming evidence from experts, including leading psychiatrists, is that there are fundamental clinical problems with MAID in cases where mental illness is the sole underlying condition, including the difficulty in predicting irremediability, as well as distinguishing a request that is rational from one motivated by suicidal ideation. What evidence can the members cite to indicate that these fundamental clinical problems will be resolved in 3 short years?
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when issues like this, especially the issues with where highly qualified experts and professionals are giving their opinions, sometimes it may not be possible to everyone in the room to agree on the right answer. And that is where the government has invested in consultation. This bill did not come up on its own. It is not just an outcome of the thought process of some bureaucrat sitting in a government building here. This also includes a lot of consultations amongst the Canadians, amongst the healthcare professionals and other experts. And their inputs have also been taken into consideration while formulating this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank my friend from Nepean. And a survey released 2 weeks ago from the Ontario Psychiatric Association indicates that 78% of Ontario psychiatrists oppose this expansion and don't believe that there are sufficient safeguards. Can the honourable member speak to the government's decision not to add additional safeguards, and would he support additional safeguards, legislative safeguards, pursuant to the Criminal Code, if in fact we move ahead with this in 3 years?
We have time for, the answer, yes. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A short answer would be, I always say that whenever we bring in legislation which fundamentally affects all Canadians, especially the kind of legislation that have never been thought of during the last over 155 years, we need to take a relook at it, modify it, and change if required. I'm sure there will be a time in the future where we can have a relook at the whole MAID legislation and see if we can tweak it for the better service for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Canadians would be forgiven for thinking they've seen this movie before, because they have, because it was only last year that we debated Bill C-39, which provided an extension to the coming into force of this dangerous legislation. And now we debate Bill C-62, which was introduced 2 weeks ago, thanks to consistent pressure from conservatives, from advocates, from experts, organizations, and individuals from across the country who want to help individuals live with mental illness, not help them end their lives. So how did we get here? We got here because we have a justice minister, a prime minister, a government that has ignored the science, has ignored legal experts, has ignored the courts, has ignored the pleas of the most vulnerable, has ignored Canadians, and has plowed ahead with legislation to expand medical assistance in dying to Canadians who deserve help. And those are Canadians that are suffering with mental illness. And Madam Speaker, I don't need to tell you about some of the shocking headlines that we've seen over the last year. Veterans suffering with PTSD, being told by employees of Veterans Affairs that they could consider MAID. Individuals without housing, without shelter, considering MAID for economic reasons. And individuals, as we heard at our Justice Committee when we studied Bill C-7, who did not wish to have MAID but were consistently pressured to consider it. So on this side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, Conservatives have chosen the path of hope rather than harm, and we will continue to do so. But we look across the way just this week when we heard a government minister say, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when this expansion takes place. Madam Speaker, I mentioned ignoring the law. You know, when we were at Justice Committee studying Bill C-7, consistently we heard from the government, we have to do this. We have to do this because the courts told us we have to do this. And Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Number one, there was a court decision which the government did not appeal. That court decision in no way directed the full expansion of accessibility MAID to those suffering with mental illness. And in fact, it wasn't in the original legislation. What happened in Bill C-7, which we studied at Justice Committee, in no way, shape, or form involved expansion of MAID to those suffering with mental illness. But when the bill got to the Senate, the unelected Senate, it was amended to include this provision which we hadn't even studied, Madam Speaker, and which the minister at the time assured us his bill was charter compliant. So the previous Justice Minister was at committee, and I had a letter, and I hold it today, signed by 32 legal experts, professors of the faculties of law around the country, leading experts on the law. And I need to quote from them, Madam Speaker. It says, "We disagree as law professors that providing access to MAID for persons whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness," which is what we're talking about today, "is constitutionally required, and that Carter created or confirmed a constitutional right to suicide as the Minister of Justice has repeatedly stated. Our Supreme Court has never confirmed that there is a broad constitutional right to obtain help with suicide via healthcare provider ending of life." And those are powerful words. So I had this letter signed by these 32 professors. If I had time, I would read. You would recognize many of their names. You would certainly recognize the different universities that they represent. So I said, well, with this in hand, I asked the Minister of Justice, Minister, you've come here saying you constitutionally have to do this, and these 32 experts are saying you do not. Who's right, you or these experts? And the minister said, I'm right. And you know, that is the attitude, Madam Speaker, that we've had consistently with this government as they have plowed ahead in spite of the evidence, in spite of the concerns, in spite of the pleas from disability groups, in spite of the pleas from mental health experts, in spite of the pleas from psychiatrists. I have a letter, a brief here, Madam Speaker, from the Society of Canadian Psychiatry. And they make a number of conclusions, and I don't have time to read them all, but I want to touch on a couple of their conclusions. One, at this time, it is impossible to predict in any legitimate way that mental illness in individual cases is irremediable. A significant number of individuals receiving MAID for sole mental illness would have improved and recovered. That's the finding of the Society of Canadian Psychiatry. They go on to say, the political process, and I've already spoke about this a bit, but even they can see this, the political process leading to the planned expansion of MAID for mental illness has not followed a robust and fulsome process, has not reflected the range of opinions and evidence-based concerns on the issue, and has been selectively guided by expansion activists. If that doesn't send a shiver down your spine, I don't know what would. When we're talking about Canadians at their most vulnerable place, they should be able to count on us. How many of us participate in, for example, Bell Let's Talk every year, where we say, if you're suffering with mental illness, reach out. We're here to help. Talk to someone you trust. Access mental health support. But now, in spite of all this, we have these psychiatrists saying the government's moving in the wrong direction. And then I turn to their recommendation. The board of the Society of Canadian Psychiatry recommends that the planned 2024 MAID for mental illness expansion be paused not for a year, not for 3 years, not for 5 years. They say be paused indefinitely without qualification and presupposition that such implementation can safely be introduced at any arbitrary predetermined date. So what are we led to believe, Madam Speaker, when a government won't listen to legal experts when it comes to the criminal law, they won't listen to psychiatrists when it comes to mental illness, and it begs the question, who are they listening to and why? This is the second time. And Conservatives have warned all along, you know, that there would be a dangerous slippery slope. Canada has gone from, has leaped ahead of all other nations. And there's some nations that were ahead of the curve on this, if you want to put it that way, than Canada. And now they look at us like, what happened to you guys? That you would even be discussing Canada, that you'd be discussing providing assisted death to someone who comes to, whether it's Veterans Affairs, comes to one of the number of hospitals across our country looking for help, and instead they would be offered medical assistance in dying. So I want to set the record straight. The Liberal government has not in any way been bound by the courts to expand MAID to those whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. This was a path that they chose to take. And Madam Speaker, I think we have to take this time to reflect on that path and to turn back and to give people hope. You know, we all know individuals that have been touched by mental illness and the healthcare system. We know the wait times can be extraordinary for people to get help. And we know that this government has contributed to those wait times. After 8 years, people are suffering. So, Madam Speaker, I would urge us to support this bill and then to look at ways to provide support for those suffering with mental illness, not to offer them assistance in death. Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for St. Albert Edmonton, that the question now be put. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that the question be now put. The motion is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I want to follow up with something that my colleague pointed out that I think people in Canada really need to understand. So because the federal government failed to challenge the Trudeau decision, and then the legislation came back and Parliament went through it, and it was to be approved in the Senate. And yet it was unaccountable, unelected people in the Senate who did no due diligence, who decided arbitrarily that they would expand MAID to include people who were desperate, who were isolated, who were alone, who had mental illness, and threw it back at the House without any work being done, and the Liberals accepted it. And now we're scrambling 30 days away from the deadline. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what it says about the fundamental failings in democracy that unelected, unaccountable people who can't even be fired in the Senate could make such a profound change in legislation that would affect so many lives without any oversight, and the failure of the government to hold them and say, wait a minute, you are way over the line here. This is not your purview. This is the work that Parliament does.
So before I go to that, I just want to remind members, because it's happened a couple of times today where members of the Senate have either been mentioned or that there has been some adjective used regarding the Senate. So I just want to remind members that the House rules, the rules are that no member shall use offensive words against either House or against any member thereof. And I just want to remind members to be careful on the words that they are using, and to not mention other members from another House directly, because they're not here to be able to defend themselves either. So the Honourable Timmins James Bay wants to rise on this point that I've just raised.
I'm very concerned, Madam Chair, Speaker, that you're rewriting rules in Parliament. Is the issue of unelected, is that not parliamentary? Is unaccountable not parliamentary? It's been used.
Yes, I would say that those words are. Yeah, so I would just say that in this House, we need to be very careful on some of the words that we use. We should be ensuring that we are not causing some disorder. I know that no one has raised a point of order on this as much as they wanted to. I was approached earlier today, but as I said, the comments that are being used are on both sides, and I would just ask members to please be careful on the words that they use. Questions and comment. I want to go to questions and comments. On the point of order, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Order, Madam Speaker. If you could get clarity and get back to the House on this, because the terms unelected and unaccountable, I don't believe are offensive. They're appropriate because they do reflect the fact that the Senate is not elected. Now, if it's a matter of naming senators by name, that may be a different issue. But using terms that I think most of us would acknowledge accurately reflect what the Senate represents is fair, especially in this chamber where we're supposed to be free to express our thoughts and feelings about the issues of the day.
So I just want to, I will add to that, and I would just say that, here's part of the ruling that was brought to this House when not that long ago these same discussions were being had. The House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition adds the following on page 620, and I quote, "Although the chair has been known to show considerable leeway at times in recent years, it is generally understood that disrespectful reflections on Parliament as a whole or on the House or the Senate individually are not permitted, and it is out of order to question a senator's integrity." This is on the other side. So even just on the Senate itself. So I would just, again, ask members to please be mindful of that. Another point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I would ask you to review the debates today, which I think have been very respectful. You mentioned this issue of disorder. Did anyone speaking about unelected or unaccountable senators cause disorder where it was raised? Because that you're betting yourself in a discussion where there has been, I think, very respectful conversation, and people have been talking about the fundamental problem of the other House is germane to the issue at hand. It is why we're here today. It is why this debate has to happen. If we can't talk about that, then we are not doing our job for Canadians.
And I appreciate the additional information, the input. I will certainly look further into this and get back to the House if need be. I do want to remind the honourable member that earlier today he did actually speak about and use some adjectives that weren't becoming of what should be used when it comes to specific senators. And I would just ask the honourable member to, and all members, to please refrain from doing so. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened to our critic for justice. He has done a yeoman's service on committee and in this place on this subject, and I know it's very dear to him.
Of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I'd asked the question. I think I should be, even if I Senate, I should be allowed to have an answer. Even if I mentioned unelected, non-accountable senators, they shouldn't be denied an answer from my colleagues.
I apologize on that. I jumped the one step there. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, my honourable colleague is quite right. This government and the minister have been all too eager to lose. You know, when they had a constitutional responsibility to defend their laws, they did not appeal decisions that would protect vulnerable Canadians. And when the minister appeared at our Justice Committee on Bill C-7, which expanded medical assistance in dying, he assured us it was quite constitutional. And then the next day, he was back assuring us that without the expansion to those suffering from mental illness, it would be unconstitutional. So this was a minister that was all too eager to lead his government, and the government did not stand up, members did not stand up and push back. And now we're in the situation that we're in, where we've already extended the coming into force for a year, and now we're debating a bill to extend it by 3 years. That is a clear indication that the government got it wrong, and we're going to do what needs to be done to protect Canadians.
The honourable for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the member, in his speech today, he referred to, questioned the government's judgment on a lot of these issues. And as a longstanding member of this place, I would just hope he would comment a little bit further, because it seemed to me that particularly this government somehow believes that if you create a law that changes the way our institutions, such as our healthcare system, works, and there is not sufficient practical resources or understanding of those changes in law, it has very real repercussions. I fully supported the bill from my colleague from Abbotsford, because I believe that this is an issue that we need some finality on. If he could maybe comment on those two items, please, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
I thank my colleague for his question, and he's quite right. This bill, but for the passage of Bill C-62, the impact will be profound on our healthcare system and on individuals suffering with mental illness, and on the message we send Canadians suffering with mental illness. And I can only say that the government has moved forward in this dangerous direction, whilst ignoring at every turn the advice of experts, including, as I quoted extensively, from the Society of Canadian Psychiatry, so from medical experts, from legal experts, about the merits of moving forward. And this is our job, to debate these things, to consider them, to hear from experts. And unfortunately, because the government dropped the ball, it's up to us to pass this legislation to protect Canadians suffering with mental illness.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad to be joining debate on C-62. Off the top, I'll mention that I will be voting forward, like the Shadow Minister for Justice on the Conservative side said. This is about protecting the vulnerable, though the federal government has dropped the ball in this latest iteration of its legislation. We now, with these 3 years, I hope will be taken to basically fix the mistakes that were made all the way back to C-14. I want to talk a little bit about what brought us to this moment, and then refer to some constituents of mine who've emailed me over the last few months on the issue of assisted suicide. I'll also mention that I'm sharing my time with the member for Mission Matsaqui, Fraser Canyon. I'm sure he'll add more onto this debate. So to go back to the beginning, not too far to the beginning, so I get into Genesis, but to go to the beginning with the Carter decision. In the Carter decision is kind of what kicked off multiple debates that I have now been a part of. I have now seen this debate go from C14 to C7 to C62, and then the attempts by my honourable colleague from Abbotsford, who tried to do, I think, right by vulnerable Canadians all across Canada to make sure that mental health conditions would not see the expansion of the MAID provisions to those who are still suffering with mental health conditions. Way back on C14, not the great thing about Hansard, I was able to go all the way back and review what I had said, and I spent quite a bit of time complaining that the reasonably foreseeable clause would be knocked down by a court. And then it was knocked down by a court in the Trudeau decision, because all of our deaths are reasonably foreseeable. That's what living is all about. And at the time I had said that all of us who are born with one foot in our grave. You are assured you will die. You just don't know what it is, but it is reasonably foreseeable. So I'm just repeating it now. I know it's morbid, but it's the truth. Which a lot of what we're dealing here are issues of life and death and how your death will happen. So at the time, this reasonably foreseeable clause would get knocked down. It got knocked down in the Trudeau decision. My issues just generally are, in a perfect world, this would not be necessary because people would not suffer. But because this world is not perfect, people do suffer, and they suffer in deep and different ways. Members know that I had a disabled daughter who passed away a few years ago, and had she lived longer, and I know at least one little girl in Calgary who has lived much longer with the same conditions my daughter had, she would be one of those vulnerable Canadians who would be facing the possibility that her physician, her specialist, might offer MAID. And I say offer MAID, but it seems so weird to say offer MAID, to offer something that I don't consider a medical service, to rush your death sooner would be. And although we all die, and like I had said many parliaments ago now, the act of dying is not one you do alone. It is done as a family, as a group of friends, with those loved ones who are around you. So it is not something that happens in solitude. There are others who will miss you when you are gone. And I know it's difficult in the moment of suffering, in the moment of great pain or chronic pain, to believe it, to know it. And that's kind of what a lot of the emails and correspondence and meetings I've had with people who are worried about the assisted suicide MAID provisions, which the government has ineffectually dealt with through successive pieces of legislation. I think it was a grave error not to appeal the Trudeau decision. I really do. I think it was a mistake. I said it to constituents at the time, and I have a Yiddish proverb, because I always do, because they're great proverbs and everybody should live by them and should know more of them. I wish I could just pronounce them in Yiddish. The truth never dies, but it's made to live as a beggar. And this legislation is a beggar. This legislation, what it should have been, is a fix, a permanent fix to the issues. And, Conservatives, I think, have suggested, both in committee and outside of committee, what some of those fixes would be. Although I disagree with what acronym I'll use, RFND, the reasonably foreseeable natural death, it should be limited down to those who are terminally ill, where their death is foreseeable within the next 6 months, where there's a prognosis from a medical professional saying you will indeed pass away. And for those most terrible of conditions, I'm thinking of a lot of cancers. My grandfather passed away of brain cancer in Canada, which brought my family to Canada. His death was very much reasonably foreseeable when it was terminal. There are others who have mental health conditions which are caused by a physical condition. The mental health condition alone should not be the reason to seek assisted suicide. I think different conservatives have mentioned, I very much agree with this, the patient should be the one requesting it. These are all things the government could have legislated into law, and these are things that experts have said. So I want to read off just some of what the experts have said from different committees. Professor Trudeau Lemons and Mary Sharif persuasively rebutted a bunch of arguments that were made in Trudeau. They noted again on this reasonably foreseeable natural death applied to all persons, not only to persons with disabilities. The judge in Trudeau failed to appreciate how such restrictions reflects a constitutional duty to protect the equal value of the lives of all Canadians. Because going back to Carter, and I have read Carter twice now, and I, as many in the House know, and I take pride in this, I am not a lawyer. I am not burdened with a legal education. I know the member for Fundy Royal is disappointed. The member for St. Albert Edmonton will be disappointed too. So I come to this as a layperson. But even Carter, it didn't say that you had a right to die. It goes back to this idea, like I've said, is all of our deaths are reasonably foreseeable. It will happen. It is unavoidable in life. And so in these two experts said Truchon, the judge, made a mistake. Goes on, and this idea, this concept, this expertise was then repeated in observations made by 72 disability rights organizations that penned a letter to the then Justice Minister and said that the reasonably foreseeable natural deaths are the ones where there's terminal illness that's coming up very quickly. This idea is an equalizing effect guaranteeing a common thread amongst persons accessing MAID-assisted suicide, namely that they are dying, like in a very, very short time window, which is how I think this legislation should work. So I'm not saying there should be no MAID. Carter, the decision, stands as a Supreme Court decision of Canada, and so that there has to be a provision of it in a method. But it should be restricted. It should be rare to the very few people for whom it was originally intended to. And I feel like C14 to C7 to the situation we are in today does not address that. So that's why we've had a beggar of a legislation. It's not the original that it should be. The truth lies in abiding by what Carter had decided. Another one is Dr. Jans, from a disability rights perspective, there's a grave concern that if assisted dying is made available regardless of whether they are close to death, a social assumption might follow or be subtly reinforced that it's better to be dead than to live with a disability. And that's a terrible message to send to persons with disabilities. I'm thinking of my daughter had she lived. That would be a terrible message to send to her. All three of my living kids have a chronic kidney condition. My boys will likely need a kidney transplant. What a terrible thing to tell them, that they're a burden on the medical system, and that maybe they should seek faster death. Well, is that what the specialists are going to tell them when they're adults? So I won't be in the room, but they will be in the room, that they will push on them. For those who are on dialysis, it's hard on your body to go in 3 to 4 days a week to get dialysis, and this is, a dialysis in a hospital setting, not perineal dialysis that you can do in your home. So there's been lots of experts, and the member of Fundy Royal explained a lot of what has been said on the issue, and the government keeps erring in the wrong direction. More and more expansive legislation to allow more and more people to access something that was not the original intention of Carter. And we should abide by Carter, like I mentioned before. So I've had constituents written to me, so I just want to make sure I read some of their thoughts into the record. So Liana, please halt the expansion of MAID to include those facing mental illness. Catherine, as a parent who has seen my own children experience mental health challenges while in their teen years and early 20s, I'm writing to express my deep concern about people with mental illnesses alone becoming eligible for medical assistance and dying. The move towards this will put countless vulnerable people at risk. Joe, in my writing, who's a regular writer, who I respond to most of his emails, so Joe, I will send this to you just to make sure you know I read your emails. His second point here, by offering MAID for mental illness, governments may put less money into treating mental illness. Canadians may wish for MAID because of despair. They have not been offered treatment for their mental illness. One is from Cameron, and the point Cameron made is here. And he relates, I think a friend of his who's a nurse working in a mental health unit in Calgary. Mental health for me is all about seeing the intrinsic value of every human being and celebrating the person not for what they contribute, but for the beauty of their existence. I feel that once we stop seeing the dignity of one person, that we will doubt our own worth and validity. I know my time is running short, Speaker, so I won't belabor this. But some of the comments I've heard from some members of the House who have tried to impugn a person's faith, a person's religion, a person's philosophical affiliations with whatever beliefs, but all of us come to this House with those different beliefs that we have, and some of them are sacred, some of them are secular. It really doesn't matter where they come from, but all of us try to ascribe value to life and what that life is and what autonomy should be like. And I'll note that for those members, I did abstain from one vote, and specifically on advance directives, because I have a constituent, Jim, who communicated with me over email that him and his spouse have seen the experience of his mother who passed away of Alzheimer's, how terrible it was. And in situations like that, I think it's incumbent upon the government to find a way to meet the requirements of the original Carter decision so Jim and his spouse, when that time comes, can have their wishes met. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Eh bon? Well, we can move on to the next speaker. I mean, that's right. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. there you go. I see you now.
In issues like this, there's always this tension between the right of the individual and the impact that the individual has when exercising that right on the, for lack of a better word, the culture or on others in the society. And this was brought up by one of the psychiatrists that appeared before the committee when he said that, well, one of the concerns he has with MDSUMC is a possible contagion effect. And, I don't know if courts would actually consider this because it's so difficult to prove. Anyways, it's just something that I think about a lot, and I was wondering if the member has any thoughts.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
It's something that I also think about when the member mentions courts is sometimes I feel these court decisions should be made to apply to the judge that makes them for 6 months before they apply to the rest of the public, because I sometimes wonder when they think these things through. I think it goes back to too much legal education, clouds their judgments at times. And this is where I worry is exactly like contagion effect. Does it then become permissible broadly that suicide and suicidal ideation is the go-to? Is that the type of society that we want to, not necessarily, I don't think encourage is the right term, but just like an acceptance of it. Like we have companies that promote things like Bell Let's Talk. What's the point of doing that when you have made provision that is being expanded consistently through a series of legislations and court decisions?
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
And I want to thank my colleague for his excellent intervention here today. My question is, we've heard from a lot of people in the disability community, advocacy groups that advocate for persons with disabilities, and they have come out very strongly against expanding MAID for people where the sole underlying condition is mental illness. And so I'm wondering if the member can speak to that, if he's heard that as well, and also if, with the concept that it shouldn't be easier to get MAID than to access mental health and addiction treatment.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So the member makes and raises a great point is there are a lot of vulnerable disabled Canadians who have expressed themselves through their associations, but also as individuals by communicating with their elected representatives that they don't want to see this expansion because they're worried, and I think it comes from their experience, which is when they go into a clinical setting, into a hospital setting, that because the law says that it doesn't have to be patient-initiated, for example, that medical professionals can give up on their patients. And I will say, as someone who has been in a lot of hospitals with my children, both living and those who have passed, it is easy to see sometimes ER doctors and specialist nurses and specialist physicians who are simply at the end of their wits. They're tired, they take on a lot of patients, they have a lot going on, and complex patients with complex needs, it's easy to see how it can lead to a situation where they're maybe not giving the best advice. They're looking for a path that is that requires less care in the long term. So that's the worry that a person with a disability has. That's the worry every parent has when they have children with a disability, is when they're adults, will they be able to advocate for themselves? How will the medical system stream them, and where will they stream them to? And as a parent, I worry about that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech today and for sharing his experiences. First of all, I want to say I'm a big fan of the Yiddish proverbs that he says, so maybe he has one he can share in addition to the one he did. But getting back to the subject at hand, what worries me most about this, Mr. Speaker, is there was an amendment put to the legislation that basically allowed for an expansion for persons with mental disorders, medical assistance in dying. The government had a choice where it could just simply say no to that decision or to that amendment and just leave things as they are until things, at least, very least, Mr. Speaker, where the provinces that run the healthcare systems and the mental health professionals could say, we are ready. Does he believe that the government really made a mistake, and this does have a bit of a the dog ate my homework kind of approach to it, because the government is simply just re-legislating over and over, making the same mistake?
Almost out of time. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So I obviously will agree with the member that dog that ate the government's homework has been fattened up over the last 9 years because it's had a lot of homework to eat that the government hasn't done or pretends not to have done. I think the greatest worry is that we had an opportunity to close the door with C-314 from the member for Abbotsford, and I think it was a grave mistake of the House not to have voted in favour of it. It would have closed it completely, would have been no expansion of made to those with mental illnesses, and the House, future parliaments could have reviewed the situation and redecided on the matter in 5, 10, 15, 20 years when there would be more data, more people looking at how the system had been used and what the demand was like, and whether there had been advances in psychiatric and mental health services being provided to Canadians. Because if you don't provide the service at the front end, so a person can choose to get healing, to have the ability to live a fulsome life the way they want to live it, then you can't really then be pushing MAID on the other side as the only path available to those who are vulnerable or suffering from mental illness. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Moving, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Mission, Mascouche, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-62, which seeks to delay the expansion of medically assisted death to individuals whose sole condition is a mental illness until March 2027. Yesterday, in anticipation of these remarks, I sent out an email to about 10,000 constituents, and I heard back from 95 of them on the subject we are debating today, medically assistance in dying, or MAID. I heard from parents who have lost children and those who have suffered from depression and were able to overcome their illness with treatment. The majority of respondents agreed with the position I'm about to outline, but there were some who did not. Many of those who disagreed with my stance came from Mission Mascouche Fraser's Canyon's very large and diverse Dutch community, who have a deep understanding of this issue given its history in and our connections to the Netherlands. I appreciated hearing those thoughtful comments. Among those who disagreed, the most common concerns raised were about access for those suffering from dementia and advanced requests. Concerns were also raised about the challenges many Canadians face in accessing mental health supports and treatment, which can leave some feeling hopeless. In fact, it nearly brought me to tears hearing from some constituents who said, "How dare you try to take away the right for me to access MAID when I'm suffering from mental illness," because they didn't see a pathway out for the circumstances in their life. And that's a horrible position to be in. I am grateful to everyone who took the time to share their thoughts and concerns in a compassionate and respectful way. One thing, however, was unanimous, and that is that our healthcare system is failing to meet the needs of Canadians suffering from mental health challenges, and this must be addressed. Almost a year ago, I stood before my colleagues in this House and expressed my concerns about the Liberal government's decision to extend medically assisted death to individuals solely suffering from mental illness. I highlighted the stark contradiction in our efforts to promote mental health awareness and services while also offering death as an option to those struggling with mental health challenges. Mental health affects every family in our country, and it pains me to see the government contemplate providing death as an option to individuals at their lowest points. I shared the heartbreaking story of a member of my own community in Abbotsford who received medically assisted death without her daughters being informed, despite her documented mental health condition. Regrettably, such stories are becoming too common under our existing MAID regime. Retired Corporal Christine Gauthier, who represented Canada at the Paralympic Games, tested before the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying that she had tried for 5 years to get a wheelchair ramp installed in her home through Veterans Affairs Canada. Instead, she was offered MAID by a VAC caseworker. A week before her testimony, the Minister of Veterans Affairs confirmed that at least 4 other veterans had been offered MAID as well. Now, after 8 years of this Liberal government and the cost of living soaring, some Canadians are seeking MAID in fear of homelessness. Most recently, I had a member of my community from the Family Institute of BC raise deep concerns about the expansion of MAID, stating that even with the current restrictions, our most vulnerable populations are gaining access to MAID without adequate precautions, social services, expertise, professional supports, and wraparound social networks to consistently represent their interests and voices. Despite our repeated calls for the protection of the most vulnerable, I believe this government has failed to act responsibly on this point. Around this time last year, instead of cancelling the expansion of MAID for mental illness, they introduced last-minute legislation to impose a temporary one-year pause. Now, a year later, I am here again to see that the government wants to add another temporary 3-year pause to mental illness expansion, delaying it until March 2027. This past fall, the Liberals had an opportunity to get rid of this expansion altogether. In February, my colleague, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford, tabled Bill C-314, which would have cancelled the expansion of MAID to those with mental illness as the sole condition. When the bill came up for a second reading vote in October, most Liberals, along with the Bloc Québécois, defeated it. They seemingly are only choosing to delay the expansion again after the significant backlash they have received from mental health experts, doctors, and advocates across Canada. It seems that the government wants to recklessly push aside this issue instead of listening to what Canadians and indeed our mental health professionals want. For many years, we have heard about the fast expansion of assisted suicide in Europe. Now, globally, Canada has infamously become a leader with its progressive euthanasia policy. The Netherlands was the first country in the world to legalize euthanasia, and it took the country over 14 years to reach 4% of the total population's death from assisted suicide. Other countries with similar policies like Switzerland and Belgium haven't even reached the 4% mark. Yet Canada's MAID regime has only been around for 6 years and has outpaced these countries with euthanasia accounting for 4% of total deaths in 2022. Just in the past year, Health Canada reported that 13,241 Canadians received assisted suicide. That's more than a 30% increase from 2021 deaths. Belgium allows euthanasia to children of any age, and most recently, the Netherlands expanded their euthanasia policies to include terminally ill children. The Liberals have met with the largest pro-MAID lobbying group, Dying with Dignity, many times, who are advocating for assisted suicide to be expanded to mature minors. If the government continues to take us down this slippery slope, will they lead us to a path that expands euthanasia to all children? Youth in this country are already falling through the cracks, with suicide being the second leading cause of death for youth and young adults. How can youth struggling with mental illness even think of having a better future if they become eligible for MAID and it becomes normalized? The Liberals, in my opinion, are inadvertently creating a culture of death. Delaying the expansion of MAID for mental illness is not enough. This government must immediately and permanently halt the expansion of MAID to those with mental illness. The reports from the committee echo what Conservatives have been advocating for years, that expanded assisted suicide to those suffering from mental illness will lead to the premature death of individuals who could have recovered with proper support and treatment. This government is taking an ideological stance, and it isn't listening to the experts working in the field. Last year, the country's largest psychiatric teaching hospital, the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, said that they are not ready for this expansion and emphasized the need for more mental health resources. Chief of the Psychiatry Department at Sunnybrook Health Sciences in Toronto, Dr. Sonu Gain, has said that it's irresponsible for us to provide someone who isn't dying before we ensure that they've had access and opportunity for standard and best care to try to help alleviate their suffering. We cannot overlook the inherent dignity and value of human life, especially when individuals are at their most vulnerable. It is our duty as lawmakers to prioritize the well-being and protection of everyone in Canada, particularly those facing mental health challenges. As the Member of Parliament for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, I believe in upholding the principles of compassion and support for those struggling with mental illness. Yes, I also acknowledge that we need to do a lot more, and efforts to date have not been sufficient, both from a government response and a societal response. Delaying the expansion of MAID for mental illness is not the solution. It merely postpones the inevitable reckoning and the profound ethical and moral implications of such legislation and the broader implications we're faced with here today. I believe that those struggling with their mental health deserve support and treatment, not death. We know that recovery is possible when treatments are more readily available. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Member, in his speech, he mentioned the 31% increase in number of Canadians taking the assistance of this MAID legislation. I know this number, when seen in isolation, 31% jump is big. However, does he agree with me that because the legislation is fairly new, so all the people who have been waiting with suffering for so long a time, they have started utilizing this MAID legislation provisions? Does he not agree that going future, when the legislations sort of get, when this MAID provisions get normalized, that huge rate of growth he quoted will not be so in the future?
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascui Fraser Canning.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Nepean for a very fair question and some of the points he raised. Are we simply catching up in Canada as it relates to the availability of MAID? Perhaps in some cases, but under the current legislation, there has to be a foreseeable death. So I believe that with the way information is exchanged, the access to MAID and the access to information that people has led to a rapid increase, yes. But I will also note that there was an individual in my community of Abbotsford who accessed MAID because she didn't feel she had a place to live. That story was well documented in Canada. She didn't believe she had the support she needed to live a life that was respectable. So I believe that with the normalization of MAID, for people that don't feel they have a lot of hope in life, that it's become a more readily available option. And I guess my message today is that all people should have hope.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport. That's a 10 out of 10, Mr. Speaker, on my riding name there. I'm a bit upset listening to my colleague. I have a friend who had complications and was told to go home, and your kidneys a write-off, you're going to die. I remember at that point, in a panic, she said, "Can I at least get access to MAID?" And she was told, yes, at the right time, no problem, we'll call you, we'll do an assessment and so on. But luckily, and this rarely happens, the kidney that she had grafted, it started functioning even though without the anti-rejection. So she didn't need MAID in the end. The transplant worked even without the anti-rejection drugs. But she still says she wishes she'd had that option. And so today, people are suggesting that this is all about euthanasia and assisted suicide and so on, all kinds of the wrong terminology. And we're all here, and none of us is an expert. We're just trying to do things to allow the experts to make their judgment their professional judgment at the appropriate time. So I don't know where he's going with all this euthanasia and killing children and stuff. It's just such a mess. I don't understand it at all. The Honourable Member. I'll try to answer in French. In the specific case, the individual was capable of accessing medical assistance and dying.
More broadly, in respect to that question, I don't believe the legislation before us today relates specifically to that issue. That was related to kidneys, and there was a foreseeable death. And then thankfully, that individual didn't have to face that situation. The legislation we're debating here today solely relates to mental health and a government decision to expand the expansion of MAID for those suffering from mental health illnesses for 3 years. The experts that appeared at the joint committee between this House and the other House outlined that we're not ready for that expansion. So the Conservative Party is in fact listening to the experts and taking the position we have today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Before I go there, how about I just make a suggestion that we keep our questions short and we keep our answers short so that, of course, more people can participate in the great debate that we're having today. Doesn't mean that we're not out of time, so we have to move on, but we are out of time and have to move on. In the meantime, the honourable member for, and I should know this one, Calgary Heritage has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was Valentine's Day. I misspoke in the House, and I retract my comment.
I appreciate that. So, reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women, Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll let you know I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Lac Saint-Louis. And I will tell you, I'm very pleased today to have the opportunity to speak in this House in support of Bill C-62, particularly after listening to some of the debate this morning and some of the language that has been heard in this House today. For example, the member from Abbotsford, throughout his speech today, continually used the phrase, the mentally disordered. I believe in reference to people who are suffering from mental illness. And then a little bit later in the day, we heard from the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, and throughout his speech continually referenced people as addicts. And Speaker, I want to say that in this House we are leaders. Our words are important, and we shouldn't be furthering the stigmatization of people who suffer mental illness. And so I would caution my colleagues across the way to be careful in their language and to please not further marginalize people who are already suffering. Back on Bill C-62, Speaker, as the Ministers of Health and Justice have emphasized, the government believes that an extension of 3 years is necessary to provide individual clinicians as well as provinces and territories the time they need to prepare for this change. I also believe that a 3-year extension of the period of ineligibility to receive MAID on the basis of a mental illness alone is necessary. Although significant progress has been made, more time is needed to ensure the safe assessment and provision of MAID in these circumstances. And Speaker, I have heard from psychiatrists in Hamilton, my riding of Hamilton Mountain, who have said these very things. They need more time to get the system ready. My remarks today will focus on the progress that has been made in preparing the healthcare system and also what more needs to be done. In 2021, as required by former Bill C-7, an expert panel examined the issue of permitting MAID where the sole underlying condition is a mental illness, and they concluded that the existing legal framework of eligibility criteria and safeguards is sufficient, providing that MAID assessors apply the existing framework appropriately with guidance through the development of MAID practice standards and specialized training. Our government understood the importance of the panel's findings, and to that end, we have been working in collaboration with the provinces and territories and other healthcare partners to implement consistent standards across the country and support a highly trained workforce to undertake these complex assessments. For example, we supported the development of a model practice standard for MAID by individuals with clinical, regulatory, and legal expertise. A model practice standard for MAID was released in March 2023, and it has been adopted or is in the process of being adopted by most regulators across the country. It's a basis for assessment for clinical decision-making. The standard also provides guidance for MAID clinicians as they navigate more complex MAID requests. We also supported the development of the first national fully accredited bilingual MAID curriculum, which was launched in August 2023. The curriculum consists of 7 training modules addressing various topics related to the assessment and provision of MAID, including how to do a MAID assessment, how to assess capacity and vulnerability, how to manage complex chronic situations, and how to assess requests involving a mental illness. Over 1,100 clinicians have registered for the curriculum since August of last year. This progress is the result of leadership and collaboration among health system partners, including federal, provincial, territorial governments, health professional organizations, regulatory bodies, clinicians, and organizations like the Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers. This collaboration and progress will continue to make improvements in approaches to safety and quality in assessments and provisions of MAID. In terms of the future, I want to briefly speak to the regulations for the monitoring of medical assistance in dying, which outline the reporting requirements relating to MAID requests. These regulations came into force in November 2018, but were recently revised to facilitate enhanced data collection and reporting on MAID activity. Most notably, the regulations now allow for the collection of data based on race, Indigenous identity, and self-reported presence of a disability, where a person consents to provide this information. The revised regulations came into force on January 1st, 2023, and information on MAID activity in 2023 will be released in Health Canada's annual MAID report this year in 2024. This information will provide valuable insight into who is requesting and receiving MAID, including those under Track 2 whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. Despite all this work, we have heard that provinces and territories are at various stages of readiness for the lifting of the exclusion of eligibility and that they need more time to prepare their healthcare systems. I know that the suffering caused by mental illness can be just as severe as that caused by a physical illness, but I strongly believe that this extension is necessary to ensure that MAID can be safely assessed and provided on the basis of mental illness alone. This extension does not question the capacity of people with mental illness to make healthcare decisions. It's about giving the healthcare system more time to adopt or implement some of these key resources to ensure that MAID practitioners are properly equipped to assess these complex requests and that the provinces and territories have the necessary mechanisms in place to support them. For example, both the expert panel that I referred to earlier and the Special Joint Committee on MAID have emphasized the importance of case review and oversight of MAID, both to educate practitioners and to support accountability and public trust in the law. While the majority of cases of MAID, 90%, take place in provinces with formal oversight processes, other provinces do not have formal MAID case review and oversight processes in place beyond those already undertaken by professional regulatory bodies. Work is being planned to explore best practices through a federal, provincial, territorial working group with a view to encouraging more consistent and robust mechanisms across the country. The expert panel and the Special Joint Committee also identified engagement with Indigenous partners as a priority. The Government of Canada has launched a 2-year engagement process on MAID to hear the perspectives of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, including urban Indigenous people living off reserve with or without status, Indigenous peoples living with disabilities, and Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ and gender-diverse Indigenous peoples. The proposed extension under Bill C-62 will provide the necessary time to have these discussions with Indigenous partners. It's an essential process to appropriately inform implementation, as well as guidance and training material for clinicians to support enhanced integration of cultural safety in MAID practices. Health Canada will provide its first official update to Parliament on this work in March 2024, just next month. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada remains committed to ensuring that laws reflect the needs of people in Canada, protect those who may be vulnerable, and support autonomy and freedom of choice. While we have made significant progress in the study of MAID and mental illness and in the development and dissemination of key resources, we are not yet ready. We need to act prudently and to not rush this change without the necessary resources in place. This decision is not an easy one, but I want to assure the House that we will continue to work collaboratively with our partners to improve the mental health of Canadians. I thank all members for the opportunity to speak today as we debate this important bill. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Not every person who jumps off the Golden Gate Bridge actually dies. And in fact, a study tracked down 29 individuals who survived. 98% of jumpers, by the way, do not survive the jump. A study of 29 individuals who survived their jump off the Golden Gate Bridge revealed that every single one of them regretted their decision to jump the moment they jumped. So I just wondered if my colleague could reflect on the fact that suicide is a permanent problem to a temporary solution. Thank you.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
I would like to thank the member from Simcoe North for his question. I'd like to first of all say that we cannot equate suicide with medical assistance in dying. They are two completely different issues. And secondly, I would say, yes, we absolutely need to take the time to make sure we get this right. That's why this legislation is so important. We need these 3 years to get our medical system up to the level where we can make sure that everyone who is granted the MAID provision truly is someone who's gone through the medical system, has taken all of the medical treatments that are available, and has still reached this conclusion. We need more time, and that's why we need this legislation.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, with whom it's always a pleasure to work at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. We have many overlapping values, but in this case, she speaks about consultations, about various communities. She speaks about continuing this consultation process. But what about Quebec's request, which was very clear? We need to act now. Does she not believe that punting this down and the lack of political will from her government will create a situation where women like Sandra de Montigny will continue to suffer, Mr. Speaker?
L'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question. I also enjoy working with her on the committee. I would like to say that conversations with the province of Quebec are very important, and that is why we need a bill now to make sure that we have a program in place. This isn't the end of the matter. We will continue to speak to the government of Quebec. We'll continue to learn from the Quebec government. And I appreciate her comment very much. Thank you.
Parlementaire questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, we're about 32 days away from a legal deadline that was arbitrarily thrown at us by the unelected, unaccountable Senate, forcing us to allow people who are depressed, people who are isolated and alone, to die through medical assistance in dying. Now my colleague's saying, well, give us a couple years and we'll make it all work. But what really I found profoundly disturbing is my colleague was talking about that they're going to support this. They figure if they have just another year or two, just meet a few more people, just, tick all the boxes of consultation, then people who are depressed and alone should be allowed to die. I find that an appalling position of this government. I think this government put us in this position through their cavalier approach to MAID and their refusal to look at the issues and hear that this is really not a road we want to go down, that this is a line in the sand in terms of the human community. So if the member thinks that in 3 years she's going to have consulted enough people, but at the end of the day she's going to support people dying because they have no support, then I think this government has a very, very poor vision, and they need to explain that to the Canadian people.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the member from Timmins, James Bay, for the question. And first off, I would say that I don't think consultation is simply checking boxes. I think it's extremely important, particularly when we're talking about our vulnerable, particularly when we're talking about our medical system. And I would say I have personally consulted with psychiatrists, as I mentioned in my speech, in Hamilton, people who study at some of the best institutions and work at some of the best institutions in Canada. They are the experts, and they have told me that while the idea behind MAID for mental illness is a sound one, we're just not ready yet. We need to have all the proper safeguards in place before we move forward with this legislation. I think that's fair, and I think it's reasonable.
As much as I wish I could control time, I can't control time. We're out of it. We'll go on to the next speaker. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for the second time this week to speak on the matter. As I said at the beginning of my speech at second reading, I felt compelled to speak about this matter. And so, as a member of the Joint Committee, when we speak about mental illness, it is my duty to take part in a very important debate for our society, a societal debate that is crucial, a very complex debate. As a legislator, I just wanted to learn more about this element of public policy, this very important piece of public policy. Mr. Speaker, I saw a lot of this week's debate. I'm very impressed by the tone. Yes, sometimes passions overflow, but that's perfectly normal on such an essential question when we're talking about life and death, literally. It's inspiring to see that the debate has happened generally respectfully, and we should adopt this tone, I believe, with regards to a number of other questions that are raised here in the House of Commons. I noted a number of arguments that aren't, I don't want to say fallacious, but I don't want to criticize anyone. I felt a certain number of contradictions. Contradictions with regards to certain interventions. An amendment could have been made to C62 to include advanced requests. Some people have put this forward. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we are quite ready to immediately table a motion to open the door to something that is as complex, if not more complex, than medical assistance in dying, especially when it comes to mental health. We had many discussions at different committees to reach this stage where we are talking about medical assistance in dying for mental health. Tabling an amendment at committee is fallacious. Such an amendment would be deemed inadmissible because the bill does not have the scope that would be affected by this amendment. We're talking about medical assistance in dying as it regards mental health. Some say that we've debated this question for too long. It's been 3 years. We should end the debate forthwith. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about minor policy points. We're not talking about subjects like building houses, which is important, yes, but we are debating something very, very sensitive. There has been no consensus in amongst experts, and without consensus we cannot push anything upon anyone or force a consensus. Time is advancing very rapidly. And I think that we need to act rapidly. As I said, it's not just a question of medicine, healthcare. It's not a technical question. It's a moral and ethical question for society. Some have talked about wariness, prudence. They say that the government is too prudent with regard to this question, but what I would say is that the government hasn't acted yet because we still need more information. And there's a lack of political will at the moment because there's too much uncertainty. It's not bad. That being said, with regards to this idea that the government is being too prudent, Mr. Speaker, I would say that yes, there is prudence, but even in amongst the Bloc Québécois, because they accept the framework we have established, that we won't implement straight away, but we have established a framework that would say that not everyone will ask for MAID for mental health reasons. It's not all of them who will receive the green light for it. Even if we were to push forward with MAID for mental health, 95% of requesters would see their request denied. So we can't just bandy about the fact that we're being too prudent. What I would like to say to my colleagues who raise certain pejorative points with regards to our wariness and prudence, is it too prudent to ask that there be a psychiatrist involved in the evaluation of a request? Because as it stands, a psychiatrist does not need to be part of the evaluation. However, in the Netherlands, where MAID is legal, a psychiatrist needs to be able to weigh in when it comes to a request for MAID, Mr. Speaker. So prudence, yes, but not unreasonable prudence. My colleagues from the Bloc will no doubt agree that we have to be prudent. We've spoken about freedom. It's not a question of absolute freedoms here. 95% of requesters, as I said, would not have the freedom to access MAID because of mental health issues. We have to establish a nuance in the debate. We're not talking about absolute concepts. And then, some people have mentioned the issue of the Quebec nation, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my colleague, the member for Joliette, with whom I was very happy to work on electoral reform, and who is a stellar parliamentarian who knows his stuff and who gives great speeches. There are many nations in Canada, yes. There's the Quebec nation, but also First Nations. There are Indigenous groups also within the Quebec nation. And so what I've understood is that Indigenous nations aren't particularly for moving forwards with this at the moment. They said they were not consulted enough. They have certain concerns with regards to systemic racism that continues to exist in our healthcare system throughout Canada. And so they fear that requests may be too easily granted. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can't talk too much about various groups when we talk about MAID, because when one is on one's deathbed, we don't really think about groups anymore. We think about ourselves. So we shouldn't really talk always about nations when it comes to MAID. It's not a collective issue, it's very much a personal matter. It's a question of individual rights and freedoms. And that's where things become complicated, because we don't want people to suffer, but we don't want to have people put an end to their lives without enough study. Because, again, we are debating a matter of life and death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about advanced requests. Advanced requests, already done. We're talking about, advanced directives. We're talking about advanced requests. I never said in my speech this morning I never said that we hadn't done enough work. The Bloc Québécois is saying, we'll see if after royal assent we can start work immediately on improving the system. Since 2015, we have here a member from Quebec who knows far too little on MAID, which is rather peculiar when you think about it. What we said about advanced requests is that since June 2023, the government could have moved forward and added to this bill an element of advanced requests, because this was a recommendation made by the Joint Committee. We've never said that not enough work was done. What we are saying is that the government is lagging behind so that we can finally work as a committee. The committee has always been summoned at the last minute. 3 hearings on this. Is that enough? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I should have used the right term. Advanced request, not advanced directives. During question period, the leader of the Bloc Québécois has asked for an amendment to allow advanced requests to be made. Irrespective of the government's calendar, I don't think that the House is ready to vote on the matter. Some who sat at the Joint Committee are perhaps ready, but as I said earlier, it's not a question of a budget that comes from the Finance Committee and then a member of a party recommends that other members vote for this because we trust the person. Everyone wants to make their own personal enlightened decision. So we need a deeper debate on the matter. In Quebec, and the member said it himself, Quebec, in its own statute, did not put mental health related MAID. Another member says, well, yes, it's because they hadn't studied it at the time. If Quebec is so certain, they can amend their own statute to include it. Questions and comments?
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am struck how during this debate we hear so much sort of technical, bureaucratic language from the government which masks what is actually fundamentally an ethical and moral issue. That is, what is a just way to treat the most vulnerable within our society? This discourse of maybe we're not ready, maybe we will be ready, masks the more important underlying question about whether we should ever have the state involved in facilitating the suicide of those with mental health challenges. And on this side of the House, we say a firm no, not now, not ever. I want to ask the member if he is concerned about the dramatic growth in the rates of those opting for MAID in Canada, opting perhaps under pressure or other forms of circumstances. We've seen since this practice started in Canada, dramatic increases every single year, is the member concerned about that, or is he totally fine with this idea of exponential growth in the rates?
The member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about it. I don't know what it means, and there's much disagreement as to what it means. My question to the member, really, if I could ask a question to him, I know you won't have to answer it under the rules, but is he in favor? Is he okay with track 1 MAID? And then, because a lot of the psychiatrists who came before the committee who were not in favor of MAID for mental disorders were in favor of track 1 and track 2. So, I mean, I would like to know if the member accepts MAID under any circumstance or not at all. It is an important ethical and moral decision, I agree. But no one here wants, no one in this House wants people to suffer needlessly. And I think we're all grappling with this, on moral grounds, but also we want on technical grounds in the sense that we want to be able to, if possible, it may not be possible, I can't say, it may not be possible, but we want to separate out suicidal ideation. We want to be able to separate psychosocial factors from as motivating factors for requesting MAID in cases of mental illness. We're not there yet. I think we want to study treatment fatigue to see if we can take somebody who said, I'm done, I can't take it anymore, and whether we can guide them to another treatment. We've looked at treatment fatigue when it comes to HIV patients and diabetes 1 patients, but we haven't looked at treatment fatigue when we talk about psychiatric illness.
That's a great answer.
Honorable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development has tried a number of times to get up, so I'm going to allow her to finish things off here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we know that medical assistance in dying is really a deeply, deeply personal issue that is very, very difficult. I wonder if my honourable colleague can talk about the fact that we need to base this on principles of personal autonomy, dignity, and choice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Well, that's a very good question. It's a very difficult question because we all believe in personal autonomy and choice. But as I said in my speech 2 days ago, sometimes I think maybe that's becoming a bit of an ideology where we don't recognize that, yes, we are individuals, we have free will and free choice, but we're born into families, we're born into communities, and we are influenced by the opportunities that families and communities afford us, but we're also influenced by the constraints they impose upon us. And in some cases, society imposes more hardship on some than others, and we can't seem to be able to separate whether somebody is asking for medical assistance in dying because of the hardships that society has imposed on them, or whether it's really a clear-eyed decision. And I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a doctor, and I don't approach this with
There you go. I hate to kick I hate to shut the honourable member down, but we are out of time. We are out of time. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député du Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, this year Canmore celebrates 15 years of supporting job creation and economic growth in the territories. Projet après projet, le soutien de Canmore donne pouvoir aux innovateurs de nos territoires. Canmore, 12 Indigenous businesswomen in the Yukon were able to kickstart or grow their businesses through a microloan program. Grâce à Canmore, l'usine de maisons modulaires de Saku, une entreprise inuit, peut construire des maisons tout au long de l'année. Thanks to Canmore,
they can build houses throughout the year.
Terrace Harvest could expand their operations to improve northern food security. Grâce à Canmore, Makerspace YK a pu rénover commercial pour en faire un centre de collage.
Thanks to Canmore, community centres like the Yukon Theatre and the Heart of Riverdale have been enhanced so that Yukoners can benefit from it.
Construction will receive upgrades for all Yukoners to enjoy. The work of Canmore is leaving a lasting legacy in the north, but there's more to do, and our government will continue to be there to support northern businesses and innovation.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
On February 17th, the Republic of Kosovo celebrates its 16th year of independence. Kosovo's path to independence was not easy. During their fight for freedom in 1999, tens of thousands of Kosovar Albanians were killed, and tens of thousands more were turned into refugees. Their stories of tragedy and suffering are really hard to hear. But the Republic of Kosovo has always had a friend in Canada. Canada was one of the first nations to recognize Kosovo's independence in 2008, and Canada welcomed over 7,000 Kosovar refugees into Canada, including my fiancée and her entire family. Wow. And 25 years later, those former refugees have built lives here in Canada. They've enriched Canada with their culture, their hard work, and their love of Canada. To all Kosovar Canadians, I say, Urime Dita I Parvasis.
Wow. The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Mr. Speaker, Pacifican plays a vital role in communities across British Columbia.
It partnered with New Relationship Trust to work on the BC Indigenous Clean Energy Initiative and invest $4 million to support Indigenous communities, create good and sustainable jobs, and move towards clean and reliable energy. This investment is also supporting over 100 projects by providing an additional $140 million in collaboration with various partners. These projects have created over 1,000 jobs and reduced emissions by more than 400,000 tons. This shows the important work the federal government is doing in BC by working with the people, with Indigenous communities, and with local business. Together, we're creating lasting economic benefits while advancing the reconciliation and fighting climate change. Mr. Speaker, the role that Pacific Can plays in the economy of British Columbia is important, and it must be continue to have our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From February 12th to the 16th, we celebrate the Journée de la Persévérance, and this year marks the 20th edition of the event. As a former school principal, I'm very sensitive to the sustained efforts of teachers and support staff, but also to all those who play a decisive role in encouraging young people to succeed in their school careers. I'd like to pay tribute to the tremendous work carried out by all those who make this wonderful adventure possible. And with this in mind, I'd like to highlight an initiative of the Mille-Îles Scholastic Centre, which is presenting the third edition of the Lumina Awards. This award recognizes 14 individuals from the educational community, including teachers, employees, and parents and partners. They will all be recognized. This award is one of those small gestures that greatly enhances the school environment and encourages the perseverance of our young people. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Microbelt.
Investing and strengthening the economic prosperity of today and tomorrow. As a proud Northerner and a rural MP, I've traveled and experienced firsthand the resilience, innovation, and creativity of Northern Ontario communities. I have seen innovation, new ways of exploring critical minerals extraction to help fuel our transition to zero carbon economy, one that respects the environment and includes Indigenous communities in true partnership. Last week, I was in Cobalt with Nipissing-Temiskaming MP to highlight an historic $5 million investment from FedNorm to Electra Battery, a company that will support building over 1.5 million vehicles a year electric in Ontario. J'ai visité des entreprises que nous avons soutenues.
I was able to visit small businesses we've supported, such as breweries, restaurants, and tourism operators. Their contributions help small-town economies thrive and make Northern Ontario a better place to live. Thank you for your success stories and for contributing to the prosperous Northern Ontario region.
Au nom du Comité permanent de l'accès.
On behalf of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, I rise today to pay tribute to the former Ethics Commissioner, Mary Dawson, who passed away on December 24th, 2023.
Commissioner, her fingerprints are all over very important parts of our history, including the drafting of the Access to Information Act, Privacy Act, Canada Health Act, the Official Languages Act, the Competition Act, Customs Act, and the Young Offenders Act. Wow. She was made a member of the Queen's Council in 1978 and became Associate Chief Legislative Counsel in the early 1980s. Aside from being the Associate Deputy Minister of Justice for nearly 2 decades, she was particularly proud of her constitutional work, including being the final drafter for the Patriation Package on the Constitution Act 1982 and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Le rôle d'une bonne commissaire à l'éthique est qu'elle...
The role of a good ethics commissioner is to make members of all parties as uncomfortable as they can be, well...
Contributions. Our condolences go out to her family on the passing of a remarkable Canadian, Mary Dawson.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, our companies are at the heart of the Canadian economy, and we've made strategic investments that has allowed local communities to thrive. A concrete example is in our region of Ottawa-Vanier, where they created a hub out of a parking lot for a one-of-a-kind community art space.
And
and integrated programming that draws arts, culture, sports, and community engagement for underrepresented communities. The funds allowed the hub to grow its resources and resulted in more than 10,000 event attendees, creating a significant impact on Vanier businesses. And Mr. Speaker, the good news, the Vanier Hub received the Downtown Achievement Award from the International Downtown Association last fall in Chicago. I'm proud to share that very soon, businesses will be able to apply for funding through My Main Street 2.0. That's great. Thank you, Mr.
L'honorable député de Vigny. The honourable member for Vigny. Mr. Speaker, economic development for Quebec's regions increases the productivity and competitiveness of Quebec's businesses. While the Conservatives have voted against funding programs that support Quebec businesses, our government is helping them grow. Biodextrous, a Laval-based company that accelerates research into innovative drugs. Bosque Bioproduct, which manufactures compostable bioplastics. Syntec Agrofood, accelerating sustainable development. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the growth of our companies is the future of our economy.
The honourable member from Tobic-Matiquac.
After 8 long years of this Liberal NDP government, Canadians are tired, ticked, and overtaxed. The Liberals continue to fight to keep this punitive and ineffective carbon tax, which goes up again on April 1st. In reality, they're fighting to keep grocery prices high and biting the hands that feed us. For when you tax the farmer who grows the food, you tax the trucker who ships the food, you tax all Canadians who buy the food. The cost of living crisis is fueled by government's overspending and their punitive taxes placed on Canadians, including our seniors who are struggling to make ends meet on their fixed incomes. These high grocery prices, taxes, inflation are driving Canadians to food banks in record numbers. The use of food banks in my area alone is up year over year, with one food bank reporting triple the demand since the same time last year. Enough is enough. Canadians need relief, and they need it now. Let the farmers farm. Let the truckers truck. Let the workers work, and let Canadians get back on their feet again. It's time to axe and tax and bring it home.
L'honorable député de Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, did you know that through the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, or ACOA, our government has invested more than $2.6 billion in over 14,000 individual projects since 2015? Today, I'd like to underscore our Francophone community's support, and we have allocated more than $15 million to projects aimed at strengthening their vitality. Our commitment goes beyond mere financial support. ACOA is actively involved in initiatives such as the promotion of Francophone immigration, ensuring the continued growth and prosperity of these vibrant communities. I know that I'm proud of our government's commitment to this region, especially to supporting Eastern Canada's minority linguistic communities, which are essential.
Nipissing, Pembroke.
Years, this NDP Liberal government has lost touch with reality. They have an official policy to make energy more expensive. In 45 days, they'll be increasing the carbon tax again. They'll keep increasing the carbon tax so long as they cling to power. People are hurting, but this socialist coalition just doesn't believe what Canadians are telling them. Instead, they lecture Canadians about their moral failings. Now these proud socialists have announced a new official policy of building no more roads. They think Canadians won't need roads once their Soviet-style electric car mandate makes buying a car unaffordable. They think Canadians won't need cars to buy groceries once their plastic packaging ban makes food unaffordable. They think Canadians won't need food when nobody can afford a home with a kitchen. They think all we need is a tent and a safe supply of heroin. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le Fjord.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, the cost of rent has doubled and real estate prices are 40% higher than incomes, giving Canada the worst record in the G7. Yet, we have the largest land. It is a sad track record. In 2022, Canada built fewer homes than in 1972. We need incentives to increase the building of houses across Canada. And to do this, we're asking the government to establish a logical housing strategy. We need incentives and federal bonuses like we see in Saguenay, Trois-Rivières, and Victoriaville. They should not penalize small municipalities, or we should actually incentivize them if they exceed their objective of 15%. We need a common sense plan.
From Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, in Kitchener-Conestoga, the township of Wellesley ranks as one of the best places to live in Canada. There's a close-knit bond forged among neighbors and a sense of community and meaningful relationships in every aspect of daily life. Small and rural townships hold an undeniable charm, encapsulating the essence of tranquility and interconnectedness with nature. With living in a rural community comes the challenge of a different type of connectivity, internet. I'm proud of the investments made in Wellesley and throughout Kitchener-Conestoga through the Universal Broadband Fund, delivering high-speed internet to thousands of Canadians, households and businesses in Kitchener-Conestoga. We're on track to meet our goal to help connect 98% of Canadians to high-speed internet by 2026. We'll keep investing to make sure Canadians have affordable, high-quality, and high-speed internet for work, school, healthcare, and to stay connected with family and friends. By bridging this digital divide, we're enabling farmers, small businesses, artists, and entrepreneurs to live in communities like Wellesley, with the world as their customers.
Bravo. The honourable member from Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Canadians are horrified as they witness in real time the killing of over 28,000 Palestinians, 67,000 injured, and millions displaced. This week's attack on Rafah, a refugee camp, is a clear sign that the far-right extremist government of Netanyahu will stop at nothing. President Biden, the Prime Minister, and other leaders asking the government of Israel to protect civilian life in the face of genocide has become farcical. Canada's latest joint statement in favor of an immediate ceasefire means nothing without concrete action. It's time for Canada to cut off the supply of arms to Israel, stop the political legitimization of the Netanyahu government, reinstate funding for UNRWA, the only ones who can do the life-saving work needed, support the UN and UN agencies, and support the establishment of a Palestinian state. History will judge us not by our words, but our actions. This government is not on the side of peace and justice, but rather complicity and genocide. It's time to act.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU. Mr. Speaker, last month I travelled to Nunavik to discuss the concerns of the people living in the northern part of Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU. For quite some time, the Inuit of Nunavik have been asking for an official apology from Ottawa for the slaughter of sled dogs at the turn of the 1950s, and they want compensation. For over 10 years, they reached an agreement with Quebec, but why is it taking so long for the federal government? In 2019, the federal government apologized for the dog slaughter that occurred in Nunavut communities and offered them $20 million in compensation. So Nunavut was compensated, but not Nunavik. Why two different treatments? People from Nunavik should be offered at least the same thing. Like with residential schools and deportations, this is one of the events that have marked the lives of Inuit for generations. And I call on the government to make an official apology as soon as possible to the Inuit of Nunavik and to compensate them. Thank you.
The honourable member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, this $60 million Arrive scam app is just like the Prime Minister after 8 years. Not worth the cost, not worth the corruption. The Auditor General's report and its shocking findings are truly a metaphor for 8 years of Liberal mismanagement, incompetence, and utter disregard for hard-working Canadians. What did the Canadians receive for their hard-earned tax dollars? A dysfunctional app that was 750 times over budget, required 177 updates, forced 10,000 people into quarantine by error, caused chaos at our borders, and ruined any chance of a tourism recovery in 2022. We now learn from the press that GC Strategies, one of the companies involved in this Arrive scam, have received $250 million from this Liberal government since 2015. Enough. Canadians deserve better. It's time for these scandalous Liberals to step aside and let a Conservative government restore the public's confidence in their federal government.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, a strong entrepreneurial spirit exists across the prairies, and from small towns to big cities, there are ample opportunities to continue and grow and diversify our economy that leaves no one behind. Our government is making strategic investments to help businesses and communities get their projects off the ground, scale up and share with the world what the prairies have to offer. Whether it's greening our economy by building zero-emission buses at New Flyer Industries in Winnipeg, diversifying my hometown of Calgary's economy, and training workers with the creation of the Aerospace Innovation Hub at the University of Calgary, and the expansion of the pilot training program at Mount Royal University, or strengthening nuclear and clean mining supply chains in Saskatchewan. Prairies Can is there to support the economic powerhouse of the prairies.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Lorsque le Parti conservateur.
The Conservative Party is focusing on its common sense plan to cut taxes, build houses, fix budgets, and stop crime. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption of a Arrive scam. The RCMP is investigating, and the Auditor General did, and AG met with the police and said it would take a court order to get all the documents. Will the Prime Minister produce all the documents to the RCMP and the AG so that we can know the full truth? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our colleague is right to point out the important work done by the Auditor General. She tabled a damning report on Monday. We acknowledge that. Steps have been taken and more will follow soon. That said, all the information is transparent and shared with the RCMP, among others. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Auditor General said after she exposed the Arrive scam with this $60 million in spending she's been able to find, she says the RCMP, whom she just met about the scandal, will now have to go to court to get a production order to get all of the documents that the Prime Minister is covering up. If the Prime Minister really has nothing to hide in his Arrive scam affair, then why won't he release the documents to both the police and the parliamentary committees investigating so we can get to the bottom of this scandal?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works and...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After having thanked and lauded the work of the Auditor General, our colleague wouldn't certainly want to pretend that she is not able to do her job. Her integrity and her independence are essential to the work of the government. We are grateful for what she does, and we're grateful for what she will be able to continue doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, actually, she pointed out that she can't even total up the full cost of the Arrive scam app because many of the documents were still hidden from her, either because they've been destroyed by corrupt Liberal government officials or because the Prime Minister is having them hidden. And now the RCMP will have to get a production order to get all the documents that are being deprived of the parliamentary committees investigating. So once again, a simple yes or no question. Will the Prime Minister hand over every single document that refers to the Arrive scam or GC strategies, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows very well that our government is collaborating with parliamentary committees. The Office of the Auditor General, the Border Services Agency is doing an internal review and investigation with respect to many of these matters, and officials have from the very beginning referred to the RCMP any and all information where they think it might be appropriate for the RCMP to investigate. The government will always cooperate with these lawful authorities to ensure that they can do the work that Canadians properly expect them to do.
Always will. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Arrive scam scandal is so bad that even former NDP leader Tom Mulcair has taken note. He said, but with the revelations of the past few days, I have to face the facts. This is the first major Canadian political scandal since the sponsorship scandal, and it's likely to be even bigger. given that the NDP's own former leader is saying this Prime Minister is not worth the cost or corruption, why are they keeping him in power?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we thought that that level of exaggeration would be exclusive to the Leader of the Opposition. I can't speak for Mr. Mulcair. What I can tell Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is that the government takes these circumstances extraordinarily seriously. We accept the recommendations of the Auditor General. We have at all times worked with parliamentary committees and senior officials to ensure they have the tools necessary to investigate these matters and, of course, to hold to account those that may have done something inappropriate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaking of partisanship, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Housing unleashed a vicious attack on himself. He said the Liberal government is presiding over what he called a generational moral failure because so many people cannot find a place to live. A record number of 30 different homeless encampments in Halifax alone, his home province, after his Prime Minister doubled housing costs. Given that they admit they've caused this moral failure, will they reverse the policies that caused it and start building homes instead of bureaucracy?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that on this side of the House, we support and work with the mayors in Quebec and the municipalities. On this side of the House, unlike when he was Minister of Housing, we're building actual housing units and we're working with Canadians to put roofs over their heads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The $60 million wasted on ArriveCan is just the tip of the iceberg. We now know GC Strategies, a company of two guys in a cottage, snagged 140 contracts worth $258 million under the Liberals. These same two rotten apples, under the name Corridal, nabbed 9 contracts worth $3.6 million under the Conservatives. Imagine 20 departments involved and $260 million in IT contracts to two guys who don't even do any IT work. When will there be an expanded investigation into the awarding of all these contracts since 2010? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for reminding us of the very difficult context we went through a few years ago in the largest pandemic in a century. Thousands of jobs were lost. Billions in economic activity were lost. We had to act quickly, and that was the main priority. That said, it's not an excuse and is still unacceptable that public servants didn't do their job properly. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Liberals are still looking for excuses when they should be looking for culprits. There needs to be an investigation of all contracts, but there also needs to be a clean sweep at the Border Services Agency. It makes no sense that an $80,000 app turned into a $60 million scandal without anyone cluing in. It makes no sense that public servants attended dinners and whiskey tastings with suppliers without a single supervisor twigging. This is a systemic problem. Is the government going to put CBSA under third-party management? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague is quite right. There needed to be an investigation, and that is precisely what the Auditor General did in recent months. She was able to use all the information, and rightly so. We're very grateful for her report. Of course, we're very shocked by what it revealed, and that's all the more reason to put in place the important recommendations she made.
For 4 months, innocent Palestinians have pleaded for help. Close to 30,000 people, including children, have been killed. In Rafah, it is even worse. And all we hear from this Prime Minister are empty words. He's concerned, but he won't stop arms sales to Israel. He won't help Canadians fleeing Gaza, and he won't reinstate funding to UNRWA. Maybe the minister's parliamentary secretary should say publicly what he's clearly been saying privately, that UNRWA is the only organization that can help people in Gaza. When will the Liberals finally act to save Palestinian lives?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, only the NDP would consider the first Western government to move on humanitarian aid to not be enough. Only the NDP would think that adding an additional $40 million to get even more aid to the Palestinians is not enough. Only the NDP would think that us bringing like-minded countries to call for an immediate ceasefire is not enough. We've called for no military action in Rafah to protect 1.8 million civilians. We will take no lessons from the NDP on this.
The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, being a parent is hard work. It can be exhausting, and people shouldn't be punished for having a family. But new parents who are laid off through no fault of their own before, during, or after parental leave are denied access to the regular employment insurance benefits they paid for. Women still do most of the unpaid caregiving work for Canadian families, so this disproportionately affects them. It's a clear case of gender discrimination. New moms shouldn't have to cannibalize their EI benefits to get a mat leave, and the government shouldn't have to wait for a court order to do the right thing. So when are these Liberals going to get the job done and end this discrimination against women?
The Honourable Minister for Development.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's advocacy on this important issue. We have spoken about the ongoing work of modernizing our EI system, and our government continues to make progress on this. As my colleague is aware, Mr. Speaker, this particular issue is before the courts. But, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, we are supporting families. We are supporting parents. We are supporting women. Let's look at our child benefit. Look at $10 a day childcare. Look at all of the improvements we've made to the EI system, making sure that parents have more access to this. Mr. Speaker, we're going to deliver for families. We're going to deliver for women. That's what we're here to do. That's exactly what we're going to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, le ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the housing minister was warned that his policies would cause a massive shortage, is in hot water again because he admitted to the Finance Committee that his $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund doesn't actually build any houses. 0 houses, 0 apartments built, and he even admitted that it wouldn't lead to future construction. So will he follow my plan, my common sense plan, which will encourage the municipalities to create more housing units?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis requires a cooperative approach. What is the opposition leader's approach? He insults mayors in Quebec City, in Montreal, and all across Canada.
Engage in a serious housing policy, Mr. Speaker. The Accelerator Fund, which he points to, is incenting change at the zoning level municipally. That is critical if we are going to see more supply. It's absolutely vital that we see more supply because that's what underpins the housing crisis in front of us. He is not serious.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Together with municipal politicians to block housing. In fact, this housing minister, who when he was immigration minister was warned his policies would lead to a massive shortage, and yet went ahead with them anyway, made some incredible admissions yesterday at Finance Committee. He said, 1, that his $4 billion accelerator fund has not completed any homes, and 2, quote, it doesn't actually lead to the construction of specific homes. Why doesn't he instead follow my common sense plan to link municipal funding to housing construction so we can build homes and not bureaucracy?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. He should follow the proceedings of the Finance Committee more closely because just a few months ago, officials there testified that his private member's bill, so-called, meant to build more housing, does exactly the opposite. He wants to tax home builders, Mr. Speaker. He wants to cut infrastructure that communities would require for housing purposes. His best idea, it would seem, to build more homes is to create some sort of 1-800 number where neighbors can rat on each other if they have concerns around NIMBY. It's not a serious approach, Mr. Speaker. He's never been serious about housing. He's playing games.
member from Regina Capel.
This Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption, and his Arrive scam app is just like the Liberal government, costly and corrupt. Look at the facts. Two buddies, a basement office, an IT company that does no IT work yet got a $20 million contract for IT, and now the Auditor General tells us that she can't track all the costs. Quote, "We didn't find records to accurately show how much was spent on what, who did the work, or how and why decisions were made." Will the Prime Minister order his officials to turn over all the documents, stop blocking this investigation, and call for a full RCMP investigation?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it may surprise my honourable friend, but the government doesn't actually direct the National Police
doesn't know that.
In terms of investigations. We have confidence, Mr. Speaker, that the RCMP will take the important responsibility they have seriously and do all the work that is required. We have complete faith in the RCMP's independence and in their ability to look into all these matters. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, our government is also always available to work with parliamentary committees, the Auditor General's office, to ensure that every document is available so that this important matter can be resolved.
No other government.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
They voted against calling in the Auditor General in the first place and blocked multiple attempts at committees to get to the truth. And while the rest of the country viewed the pandemic as a difficult time full of hardship, the Liberal government saw it as an opportunity to enrich their friends. They got caught funneling $1 billion to the We organization. A former Liberal MP got a sole source contract worth millions for the pandemic, and now we find out that their app cost 750 times what it should have, didn't work, and wasn't needed. The Auditor General says the RCMP is going to have to get a court order to get the documents. Why should it take a warrant for Canadians to find out what they did with their money?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't take a warrant for Canadians to see that our government has been transparent both with the Auditor General and our government has been transparent, Mr. Speaker, with parliamentary committees. The facts may bother my friend, but he knows very well that the Auditor General is empowered to do all of this important work. We've accepted the report of the Auditor General. We'd acted on a number of recommendations before receiving the report because we'd asked the procurement ombudsperson to look into this matter. And, Mr. Speaker, we value the importance of respecting taxpayers' money and will always do that.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, where was the minister on November 1st, 2022? Because here in the House there was a vote. The official opposition, the member for Carleton, the leader of the Conservatives, asked that the Auditor General examine the situation at Arrive Can. And what did the Liberals do? What did the minister do? They voted against that motion. Now today, we're calling for access to all the documents. And if the minister wants to hide from that request again, he should do the opposite. The government should show some dignity for once and allow full light to be shed on the Arrive scam scandal. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is quite right to insist on how important the Auditor General's work is. She released a report with some troubling findings and some solid, sound recommendations. He says we're hiding behind something, but that's not true. We shared all the information with the RCMP and the AG, and we will with any other organization that needs access to that information. The Honourable Member, the good news is that, yes, the Auditor General was able to do her job. But the problem is that this government didn't want her to. Imagine if she hadn't been able to do her job. People might have thought Arrive Can was no big deal. But no, it's the biggest scandal in Canadian history. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. An $80,000 contract wound up costing at least $60 million. And it makes no sense. Where was the minister in November 2022 when we were calling for an investigation into this? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only did the Auditor General do her work, she did an excellent job of it, and we appreciate it. And it will help us to continue to put in place whatever we need to, even though it was a crisis and there was a requirement for urgent action, but a crisis is no excuse for not following the basic rules. Those should have continued to apply. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Quebec French Language Commissioner released a report that may shock the immigration minister, but will surprise no one in Quebec. Temporary immigration played a central role in the decline of the French language in Quebec. According to the commissioner, it would cost between $10 and $13 billion to integrate all newcomers. Needless to say, that's not sustainable. Among the commissioner's recommendations is one aimed directly at the federal government. Will the minister finally share the burden of settling asylum seekers among the provinces instead of contributing to the decline of French? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to point out that we already are transferring $5.2 billion to the government of Quebec, including for enculturation and language training. I hope the minister is not talking about deporting people who don't speak French to other parts of Canada. That would be illegal and inhumane. We know full well that we have more work to do and that Quebec's burden needs to be shared, and we will keep working at that. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. That's not credible. Those answers are not believable anymore. The commissioner went even further and proposed that the federal government redistribute asylum seekers among provinces on the basis of their language. Ottawa could encourage people with a knowledge of French to stay in Quebec, or, as the Bloc proposes, to head for French language minority communities. As for Anglophones, Ottawa could encourage them to move to an English-speaking province. That would facilitate their access to the job market, in addition to reducing the cost of language training. Doesn't the minister think that's an excellent idea? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a slap in the face of all our efforts to resettle asylum seekers. This has to be done in a humanitarian and consenting way. Language is one factor among others. It shouldn't be the main factor. We all have more work to do. The federal government has a role to play. Ontario, Quebec, and all the other provinces as well. Thank you. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. If French is on the decline at the federal level, it may be because the Liberals have never appointed so few Francophones to key positions, decision-making positions. Of supposedly bilingual positions, only 21% went to Francophones last year. That's the worst record since 2015. When the Liberal ministers make political appointments, they name unilingual Anglophones. And you wonder why French is disappearing at the federal level. Will Liberal ministers stop setting the example that it's okay to forget about French? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, defending French and promoting French is a priority for all Liberal members from Quebec and from outside Quebec, too. We made a lot of appointments to ensure that there are more women and Indigenous appointments, and we're doing more for French, and we're going to do more to promote Francophones. And why is that? Because it's fundamental to us. So while the Bloc is bickering and picking fights, we will proceed with what needs doing, and that is appointing more Francophones.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stated that his Arrive scam app would cost taxpayers $80,000. But in fact, it's 750 times more, over $60 million and climbing. Now, committees studying this scam have heard evidence of forgery, fraud, obstruction of justice, and breach of trust by government officials. The Arrive scam is just like the Prime Minister, not worth the cost, not worth the corruption. Will the Prime Minister finally stop the cover-up and join us to call on the RCMP to expand the investigation?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member is correct to pointing to the important work of parliamentary committees, which are called to do valuable work to support that of the government in making sure that even in times of crisis like the pandemic, proper rules are followed and known and monitored by all public servants, including those at the CBSA.
The honourable member from Brantford-Brant.
What a complete, insincere answer. And it's a fraud on the Canadians. Since the Prime Minister took office, over $250 million have been given to GC Strategies, two guys working in their basement. $20 million alone for the Arrive scam. Criminality is rampant, with evidence committee has recently heard. The Arrive scam is just like the Prime Minister, not worth the cost, not worth the corruption. Fleeced taxpayers want an honest answer. Will the Prime Minister finally call on the RCMP to expand the investigation? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member pointed out again correctly to the importance of investigations. The good news is that there was investigation by the Auditor General just a few weeks and months ago, and there was an important report tabled on Monday with findings that are totally unacceptable, even in the context of the worst pandemic that we have seen in over a century, the worst economic crisis that we've seen since the 1930s. The findings are unacceptable, and that's why we're going to keep implementing all the recommendations of the Auditor General's report.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this government is not worth the cost or the corruption. It gave the Arrive Can contract to GC Strategies, a company with 4 employees that doesn't do any IT work, for an app that was supposed to cost $80,000 but may have cost over $60 million, 750 times more. That's what I call gross incompetence. But politically, Mr. Speaker, who's going to take responsibility for this incompetence? And when are we going to get our money back? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member mentioned responsibility or accountability. In times of crisis, a responsible government has 2 duties. One, to protect the health and safety of people, including tens of thousands of Quebecers and Canadians during the pandemic. And secondly, to ensure that goods and services could cross the border. There was international trade, billions of dollars worth of trade at stake, and we needed to make sure that that could continue to flow efficiently and usefully.
When the Minister of Environment said the government will stop investing in new road infrastructure, he made it very clear that he never considered northern communities. Many Indigenous communities still lack all weather roads. In fact, most of the communities in my riding are still using dust roads. For years, they have been calling on the government to invest in road infrastructure. I have a simple question. Why is the minister against Nunavut getting their roads paved?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I thank the member for what she brings to this House. I know her advocacy on a range of issues matters and does make a difference. On this side, Liberal MPs since 2015 have ensured that this government invests in infrastructure, invests in roads and highways. And I'll give you examples of northern infrastructure investments. We're talking about $10.5 million for the Inuvik to Tuktoyaktuk highway rehabilitation in the Northwest Territories, $18 million for a new 10.5 million, for active transportation projects in Whitehorse and Watson Lake and Yukon, and projects in Nunavut as well. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Aski.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment's recent comments that the Liberals have stopped investing in new road infrastructure and that the current system is perfectly adequate to respond to Canadians' needs is anti-Northern and anti-Indigenous. It's a death knell to isolated communities like Wasagamak, St. Teresa Point, and others who've been forced to call states of emergency because climate change has made their ice roads unreliable. Other Liberals have been actively engaged in finding solutions on this front. Will the Minister of Environment retract his comments, work with his colleagues and First Nations to build the all-weather road access they desperately need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we know that infrastructure investment is absolutely vital to economic growth. And as part of our infrastructure policy, we're talking about almost 400 road and highway projects that have been invested at the federal level. And that's just one example of a fund that's at work. I've mentioned already northern examples, Let me give you the example, of course, of the Gordie Howe Bridge, which that side, the Conservatives, opposed, Mr. Speaker. $6 billion for the Gordie Howe Bridge, $153 million to enhance the Trans-Canada Highway in Newfoundland to make sure there's improvements there. The twinning on the highway, to be specific, will continue.
L'honorable député de Louis Hébert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 1954, the Quebec Winter Carnival has been synonymous with great fun for Quebecers, Canadians, and everyone through the world. Children meet Bonhomme, the Bonhomme des Neiges, for the first time. There are some grandparents who meet him for the umpteenth time. It also generates economic spin-off throughout the Quebec City region. Can the minister tell us how the government ensures the economic growth of the Carnival and Quebec in general? Mr. Speaker, our government understands that economic spin-offs from the Carnival contribute directly to the growth of businesses in the region. Unlike the Conservatives, who want to cut the programs that fund festivals and refuse to take action on climate change, our government is investing more than $8 million to enhance the Carnival tourist experience and combat climate change. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're making sure that Bonhomme Carnival doesn't lose his job and that the Ice Palace doesn't melt.
The honourable member from Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's radical environment minister is launching a war on cars. He said that their government has decided to stop investing in new road infrastructure. The radical minister did not clarify his remarks. Rather, he went even further, adding that these Liberals plan to block big projects. For example, the Highway 6 South expansion, which is so critical to the safety of people in my community. Why are these Liberals attacking commuters in the GTHA who are just trying to get to work?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
It's all a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, to continue to hear the Conservatives talk about road infrastructure in particular, but infrastructure in general, which they continued to cut in their time in office and would do the same if they were back in power. He mentions the GTA, for example. Let me give you an example. $2.3 billion to build the Scarborough subway extension, $1.9 billion to build the Eglinton Crossway West extension, over $2 billion to build the Yonge North subway extension, $4 billion to build the Ontario line. There's other examples from the GTA. I thank the Liberal members of this caucus for advocating for all of this.
The honourable member from Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government invested significantly in roads and highways in the GTA, Ontario, and Canada. So that non-answer doesn't cut it. Canadians already pay plenty of taxes, sending their money to Ottawa and expecting the government to build roads and infrastructure. Yet this Prime Minister and his radical minister would endanger the lives of Hamiltonians by not supporting projects like the Highway 6 South expansion. Will the Prime Minister stand up for Canadians and reject his radical environment minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Almost 3,000 road and bridge projects in Ontario, Mr. Speaker. That's just one example. I remember in this House of Commons when this government moved forward to talk with Windsor, to engage with Governor Rick Snyder in the state of Michigan years ago to make sure that the Gordie Howe Bridge would be a reality, and they were against it. $6 billion to make sure that's a reality. It's happening, and this government stands by that decision. The Conservatives have let down the people of Windsor. Thank you to the member for Windsor-Tecumseh for being there for his constituents.
The honourable member from Chilliwack Hope.
When the Prime Minister appointed a radical activist to be the Environment Minister, we knew that this Liberal government would be implementing extreme and divisive policies, but this latest Liberal announcement takes the cake. This may be the first time that any government anywhere at any time has promised to stop building roads, but that's exactly what the Liberals have done. This extreme new policy means that these Liberals are against adding more lanes to the Trans-Canada Highway between Metro Vancouver and the Fraser Valley. Why do the Liberals want to kill these projects, which will help end gridlock and get people to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very interesting, Mr. Speaker. He should have checked the record. It's stunning. As a BC MP, he voted against over $1 million for the 100-mile horse Loke-Ridden Road Bridge replacement in that province. It's an example of conservative hypocrisy on the other side. On the one hand, they want to stand for infrastructure investment and supporting roads. On the other hand, anytime this government has attempted to do that, they've voted against it. We'll continue to work with provinces, with municipalities to make that a reality.
The honourable member from Chilliwack Hope.
This radical minister made it very clear that this Liberal government will no longer allow funding to go towards building roads. And it's no surprise that a guy that scaled the CN Tower or climbed on top of a premier's roof would come up with an extreme policy like building no more roads in this country. We need a strong road network to move our goods, to get our kids to school, and to get our workers to their jobs. So when will the Prime Minister condemn this radical policy from his extremist environment minister and stop punishing Canadians who need to drive their cars to live their lives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
More slogans from the other side, Mr. Speaker, more slogans. And you know why it's a slogan, Mr. Speaker? Because there's no sincerity. And there's no sincerity because they want to cut funding to cities. They want to cut funding to towns. Every time we've put measures on the table to make sure that municipalities are better supported and provinces are there with us, they've stood in the way of that. I've given examples here today, the Gordie Howe Bridge in my province. I just gave an example from his province. He's let down his constituents in the approach that he's taken. It's not a serious approach. It never was, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Repentigny. The proposed nuclear waste disposal site in Chalk River is an environmental abomination and pure social injustice. But I'm proud that the Bloc Québécois yesterday allowed Chief Lance Heyman to express the opposition of the Anishinaabe communities affected. And I'm proud to add the voice of the representatives of 4.5 million concerned Quebecers. Will the government finally say no to Chalk River and ensure that any project to bury nuclear waste does not unnecessarily threaten Indigenous peoples and Quebecers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Independent Commission only approves projects if they are safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. We've consulted Indigenous communities and others. As this file is subject to a judicial review, we are waiting for the results of the decision before we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Repentigny. They want us to believe that the Canadian Commission is independent, but it's funny because the Governor Council appoints the head of it. Burying nuclear waste 1 kilometre from the Outaouais River is putting the drinking water of the Anishinaabe and half of Quebec's population at unnecessary risk. We're talking about 1 million cubic metres of radioactive waste. It's not a compost bin in your backyard. The Montreal Metropolitan Community is against Chalk River. The city of Gatineau is against Chalk River. The Indigenous communities concerned are against the Chalk River project. Environmentalists are against as well. So when will the minister finally say no to this project that threatens our health and that of the environment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, it's incredible that the Bloc Québécois doesn't want to recognise the independence of a nuclear safety commission that approves only projects that follow consultations, including with Indigenous peoples. Natural Resources Canada has no role to play, and so consultations have occurred. If this file is approved, we will move forward. We continue to work together with Indigenous peoples and various communities to make sure that the project is viable.
Honourable member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, a few months ago I asked the Minister of the Environment why, after 3 years, has Parks Canada not replaced the federal bridge in Bolsover? The Minister, of course, answered in typical Liberal fashion, promised to get back to the House and never actually did, but now we know why. News broke earlier this week that the Liberals have decided to stop funding new roads and bridges. And just like that, Parks Canada quietly confirms that the bridge will not be replaced. Leaving this village permanently cut in half is absolutely unacceptable. When will the minister get his head out of the clouds, do his job, and get the bridge fixed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I know that member, and I've known him for many years to be someone who brings a nonpartisan approach, but such is the approach of the Leader of the Opposition that even someone like him has taken a decidedly a partisan approach to such critical issues. What do we see? 3,000 or nearly 3,000 road and bridge projects at $2.1 billion funded by this government. But they've supported none of it, Mr. Speaker. I just mentioned the Ontario example of the Gordie Howe Bridge. They're talking about building bridges. We'll continue to do whatever we can to support communities large and small throughout this province.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's radical Environment Minister is waging open war on cars. He declared that his government had decided to stop investing in new road infrastructure. And he didn't clarify his remarks. He went even further by adding that the Liberal government was going to block major projects. Mr. Speaker, the radical Environment Minister is going to block major projects like the third link between Quebec City and Lévis. Why is the Liberal government attacking workers in Lévis, Quebec, who are trying simply to get to work? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. What the member across the way knows full well is that this government, over our time on this side of the House, has invested billions upon billions of dollars in infrastructure, in road infrastructure throughout Quebec, throughout Canada, and we will continue to do so, as we have done in Kamouraska, for example, with Road 195, and what we will no doubt continue to do so in his riding. And he'll probably vote against all these projects, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, when was the last time a radical minister and muzzled minister drove through the Lévis, Quebec region without his limousine? Building the third link won't be a luxury because it's a necessity. Quebecers in remote regions pay taxes and send their money all the way to Ottawa, which is supposed to build reliable roads and infrastructures for them as well. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister defend the interests of Quebecers in remote regions instead of following the anti-third link folly of his radical Environment Minister?
Not take, please not, I
would like to ask all members to make sure that they hold their tongue when it is not their turn to speak. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. The Honourable Member knows full well that this government has invested billions upon billions of dollars in road infrastructure projects, highways in Quebec, for example, and throughout Canada. We're the second largest country in the world. We know full well, Mr. Speaker, that we have to invest to build better roads for our constituents, for Canadians and for businesses. But every time this member votes against our investments in highways, he votes in systematically against everything that the government is doing for Quebec. He needs to make sure that people know this.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I wish a happy Black History Month to residents in my riding of Vancouver Centre. I want to highlight their contributions to economic development and job creation in BC. Shout out to the Black Business Association of BC, an umbrella organization of small businesses that work to help Black entrepreneurs thrive and expand despite the systemic barriers they still face. Can the Minister of Small Business tell us how our government helps Black entrepreneurs to overcome these barriers and succeed in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, we know that building a more inclusive economy means building a stronger economy. That's why our government created the first ever Black Entrepreneurship Program. This historic $265 million investment has supported over 9,000 Black entrepreneurs across this country and strengthens the ecosystem that supports them. It is disappointing that the Leader of the Opposition and the Conservatives have voted against this support and turned their backs on Black small business entrepreneurs. On this side of the House, including the member from Vancouver Centre, we will keep being there for Black entrepreneurs. Happy Black History Month.
The Honourable Member from Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister easily found $60 million for his ArriveCan app, but he still wants to quadruple the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home eating. While the typical Canadian family will pay $700 more to put food on the table this year, this Prime Minister is raising the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, more and more Canadians are struggling to make ends meet and to pay for food, heat, and housing. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the tax. Will the Prime Minister give Canadians some relief and axe the tax?
Hear, hear. Well done.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives who want to take money away from Canadians, we're putting money back in the pockets of Canadians with rebates. So I have a question for my honourable friend. Will you cut the $1,100 for Ontario families? Or how about the $1,800 for Alberta families? How about the $1,200 that Manitoba families are going to get back? You want to deny climate change? You want to cut rebates for Canadians? That doesn't sound like common sense to me.
The Honourable Member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
The Prime Minister's NDP Liberal friends got rich turning the ArriveScam app into a $60 million grift for an $80,000 app. But if hurting taxpayers for personal gain of Liberals wasn't enough, now this Prime Minister is going to increase the cost of everything on April 1st when he increases the carbon tax by 23%. Nova Scotians will pay $2,100 more than they get back for this carbon tax. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So when will Liberals stop hurting Canadians and axe the carbon tax?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, let's focus on what Canadians are actually getting back. In 2023-24, Ontario, $976, Alberta, $1,500, Saskatchewan, $1,300, Manitoba, $1,000, Newfoundland, $900, Nova Scotia, $700, PEI, $700, New Brunswick, $500, Mr. Speaker. These are rebates, and the Conservatives want to...
Order, colleagues. The Honourable Minister has 12 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make sense. It's not common sense to deny climate change and to cut money from Canadian families.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, costs are up. Already a typical family of four will pay $700 more in groceries in 2024 compared to last year. I've talked to moms who are skipping meals simply so they can feed their children. Yet for this extremist NDP Liberal coalition, this isn't enough.
It's gross.
They are going to continue punishing Canadians, raising the carbon tax on April 1st. So the question is simple. Will they do the right thing and axe the tax?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister for Workforce Development.
Speaker, we will do the right thing, continue to fight climate change, and make sure that Albertans have more money in their pockets than they are paying in the carbon pricing. Why, Mr. Speaker? $1,800 to a family of four, and if you get the rural top-up, 20% top-up, $2,160. Let's dial that back, Mr. Speaker. $450 every 3 months into the...
Colleagues, the reason why I've stood up the last couple of times is because the chair has had difficulty in hearing the answer from the honourable members. I'm going to ask honourable members who sit near the minister to please hold your comments back until you have the time to ask a question. The honourable minister has 12 seconds left on the clock if he chooses to use it.
Mr. Speaker, I choose to use the 12 seconds because Albertans need to know falsehoods from the Conservatives don't pay the bills. Canada carbon rebate helps. That's why we put it in place.
The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, strong, vibrant communities are good for everyone. In my riding, Maxmar Window Coverings, led by Norbert Morocco, has been operating since 2007 and continues to help my ridings like mine and Canada a better place to live, work, and to raise a family. A key ingredient for any successful business, of course, is drive and determination to grow and keep building on past successes. Anyone who's met Norbert knows that his business has that in spades. Can the Minister of International Trade share with this House how our government is supporting businesses who want to grow and expand their businesses for new markets? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation, and our businesses create great jobs for our workers. While the Conservatives vote against the trade agreement with Ukraine, we will keep helping businesses grow with confidence. And what a success story this is. A Canadian company selling internationally. Our government is making those investments to open doors, and in this case, open blinds. On this side of the House, I'm proud to work with member from Humber River Black Creek, and I want to thank her for her incredible leadership as the chair of the Trade Committee, and I hope this business is going to consider exporting to Ukraine.
Absolutely. The Honourable Member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
A new report on rent prices across Canada confirms what Canadians already know. Rent prices are skyrocketing while real estate CEOs are making record profit. And which city had the rental prices go up the fastest? Well, my city of Edmonton. And that's because the Liberals are leaving it up to Danielle Smith and corporate developers who are failing to build the homes that people can actually afford. Mr. Speaker, when will this government act to lower rent so people in Edmonton have a place to call home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
$470 million, Mr. Speaker. That is the amount that the federal government has allocated through, among other things, the Canada Housing Benefit, which was recently topped up. We will continue to support Canadians going through a difficult time and make sure that we are working with different orders of government to ensure that that outcome is a real one, a lasting one, a meaningful one for Canadians who are challenged right now. I would also point to other measures that we're taking to ensure more homes are being built, lifting the GST off of purpose-built rentals, for example, making sure there's low-interest loans that are available to builders. That is how we get more supply on the market.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, February 26th, the 13th Ministerial of the World Trade Organization will open in Abu Dhabi. And amazingly, just 8 weeks ago, that same country closed on an ambitious climate agenda from COP28, referred to as the United Arab Emirates Consensus. Will this government use that synchronicity, get in there and make sure that the 13th Trade Ministerial is a climate ministerial that makes the WTO back off climate deals and let us do the work to deliver on Paris commitments?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for her advocacy, particularly on the environment. Canada is a trading nation, and later this month I will be representing Canada at the World Trade Organization Ministerial. And as a trading nation, our businesses and our investors and our workers depend on a rules-based trading system with the World Trade Center at its core. While there, I will continue and always fight for climate change while we grow the economy and create great green jobs. So I want to thank the Honourable Member for that important question. I look forward to making sure that Canada continues to do the work of fighting climate change.
Bravo. And so brings to the end of question period for today. But this is
Is there a point of order? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. During a question from my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean, the Minister of Immigration mentioned that the Bloc wanted to deport immigrants to Canada. We are all parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. We know that words have meaning. When we talk about deporting, we're talking about crimes against humanity. Deportation refers to the Acadians. Excuse me, this is important. People need to understand that they need to respect people who are speaking. I call on this minister to withdraw his comments and apologize. I listened attentively to the member for La Prairie for his point of order. It seems to me that this falls under debate. What is acceptable here in this House? The Honourable Member for La Prairie is rising on is it on the same point of order? The member for Salaberry-sur-Roi made a point of order on February 1st regarding the Minister of Immigration, who said that the leader of the Bloc Québécois had compared immigrants to heat pumps. That he will apologize for all of the things he says in Parliament. Once again, that request was made to the Speaker. The person who was in the chair indicated that he or she will return to Parliament if necessary. The Speaker has looked at that matter. Once again, that falls under the category of debate. Now, the Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, rising on a point. Excuse me, Montmagny-Liselec, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, earlier the leader in the House, the government House leader, said in his response that the 185 was in Kamouraska. I want to correct him. It's in Témiscouata. And the Conservative government, the previous government, approved that project, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the clarification, but unfortunately, that falls under debate. I see that the member for Mégantic-L'Érable is rising to ask the weekly Thursday question. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after a week that...
All right, everybody, that's the end of that. I am finished for the night. If you're new to the channel, like and subscribe. Go check out my new channel and have a wonderful